that the youth have 70% of the population. The youth is vital. The youth is great. And the youth needs the energy or the energizing power to ensure that they are innovative, creative, and can achieve the impossible. Francis Eze, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Now, as a head farmers aggregator in ENUGU State and one of those who believe that women and youth should be the centerpiece of everything we do in Nigeria, what would you say made us miss celebrating the youth?
In a nutshell, the same thing that made us miss ourselves in the midst of every other person has just repeated itself again. We are being lost as youths out there hardly remember themselves, they have less information about what yesterday was to start with. The same way they get lost of themselves and their aims and objectives. We're in a situation where we are naturally confused about what tomorrow will bring. We'll work hard to earn nothing, to understand that we're in a place where we lack enabling environment to strive. And we wouldn't say the government has been doing well, but we all know, even a blind man knows they need to do more, because for the case of the youth, I can say as a youth, I've not seen their works and their strengths in better tomorrow of the youth's life. The youth needs to be sensitized again. There should be an awareness of reawakening the youth in itself. Look at Nigeria as a case study, where we have over 70% of our youths and the biggest largest in the world. By that expression, we should be producing food for the world. We should be the strength of the world. But the reverse is the case. And historically, Nigeria has not stopped moving backwards, if I could say that. Because at the 80s, it seems to be better than the centuries or than the 21st century is now. It is just so unfortunate that I can tell you that nobody has cared for the youth, and the youth himself has failed to care for themselves.
Why is that so?
When the basic needs, basic fundamental needs are not kept in place, where a voice has been failed to be heard, where no one wants to hear you express your grievances for not being heard, when the basic things are being misplaced and actually everybody wants to misinterpret you for expressing yourself, you get yourself lost. Or just like people who has a clothes tying our eyes that will hardly see our directions, we just gaze around the system. And the fundamental place we stood from climbing to the youth are faulty. Coming from our education sector, we are groomed to come out to look for job, not to create job. And they tied a lot of times of our youthful time there. And we don't like innovations even when they should come in the midst of troubles and trials. People that should bring it are reluctant. How can we celebrate the youth yesterday when the youth you want to celebrate is suffering from hunger currently?
But is it not in the heat of difficulties that innovation come to play?
Yes, I agree. But you need to be alive to testify the innovation. And the innovation that you're bringing, that you lack the capacity to make it hear. When no one else wants to hear your voice, when it takes you, when you want to shout for people to hear it, they point a finger at you and call you a rebel because you're requesting for the basic amenities.
Let me just basically take you out of the Southeast. Just over the weekend, we had the news where some youths in Kano State, to be exact, are producing what? Something that's relevant for everybody who has a phone. A charger.
Yeah?
In the same midst of difficulties. So are we saying that in some part of Nigeria, we have taken a back seat, only looking at the difficulties, but not looking at how to surmount those difficulties thinking creatively and innovatively?
Not really. I beg to differ. There are always a good news in the midst of everything, but the percentage is slow. When you have talk about innovations and things like this, when the elite introduce it, the world will follow. When there's a enable environment for the youth, you can go to East, for example, go to our markets, go to our artisan places. I can bet you in Agric we don't normally import machines again. So our youth there doing it, fabricating it locally. You can go to YouTube, you see where youth is producing keke na pepper and all whatnot. Well, after doing that, who takes up from there? The idea dies there. Because with some ideas that are put to bed needs to be funded, needs to be scrutinized and funded. And nobody picks it from there. It's a baby, and when this cold comes and rain comes, baby dies off. In the midst of all these things, there are some youths who are privileged to come from the elites, who are privileged to has vision with science. They are doing their best. But what is the number? It's a case of number. At what percentage is doing this? At what percentage is hungry, doing nothing? Because if there are enabled environments for circulation, there should be equal activity. If we had someone who had put the youth of today needs sensitization. They need to reawake, to know themselves, know what they possess, know that the growth of Nigeria is on their shoulders, that they should put that the retirees are looking up to them for betterment. Then in return, they should be playing environment. There is no, you can't tell me in Nigeria that we're suffering hunger. I can't understand it, but that's just reality. Because if every youth has a space of garden in the back of his side. When I was born, I was growing. We had garden in our house. We don't be demanding the groceries for everything.
So why did we miss the way?
The process gets faulty. Like I said before, the likes of the 80s are far better than the likes of the centuries, which is opposite dimension from the rest of the world. Every place is growing forward. Somehow, directing backwards. Practically, not theoretically. Theoretically, we'll speak English, we'll clap for ourselves. But when we leave the grammar, what happens? What happens behind the camera?
So where can we stop the fall?
Beautiful. If we have this, first of all, I want to appreciate Signature TV for things like this. And I want to encourage them who need sensitization. We need to bring the youth to know that in midst of all these things, that's why they are youth. They have the muscles to juggle the problems and the trials of the country and still be in their feet to be active. I can tell you why we have so many unemployed youths. Not really unemployed youths. Let me start by saying so many unproductive youths. Because they don't have the knowledge to be productive. The YX you read in university was not meant to bring food on your table. Sciences are good, but we lack practical activity. Just for example, in the sector of agriculture, we are still in this 21st century talking about mechanized farming, when the world has moved into hydroponic farming. When the innovation came many years ago to farm in bags, since there are lacks of land in the east, we're not employing it.
But do we really lack lands in the east?
We don't really lack land. They disagree. There is enough land, but we have land tenure system problem in the east. You know, the east value has this high value of lands and prestige over land ownerships, and they're actually idle doing nothing.
Okay, so it gave growth to the hydroponic system.
Yes.
So, but do we have enough awareness?
That's a problem. We don't have enough awareness. We need to be sensitized. There are basic things I believe should go back to our school curriculum from secondary school days. Not in this life that somebody will finish JSS2, JSS3 without a skilled work. How the person want to face society? When the Western one has made in place work and study, think they are stupid? We want to just study everything and become professor before I start looking for work. Go outside the doors, you see your keke drivers are all graduates. That's the servant of the government. I'll still come to that. But I'm talking about the youth ourselves. Because the problem is of a two sides of coin. The one coin is the government, which is our bigger problem. The other coin is the other face of the coin is ourselves, which is the main problem. Because when you determine and understand who you are, what you will, you do the ones you can do to be able to hold accountable for the remaining ones that you're looking for. So I believe how to repair this. First, sensitization awareness. We need to encourage the youth. We need to tell them the basic way of life. When there are shifts in life, analog to digital age, computer age, they should move along. You don't just assume they will without sensitizing them, without bringing it to their doorsteps. They should hear it that would depend. When a man knows the family looks upon him to feed him, it gives him strength to go out and work more. When the youth begin to understand that the world needs them to make this place a better place, they have no other choice than go back and do more. We need to be sensitized. We need to be encouraged. We need to know that we need to be alive to face the future. And we have our floods, our negative distraction from social media, internet system, where that we're meant to get graces, we are busy distracting ourselves with them. These are things that sensitization will help us guide us well, while a lot of us are not properly guided in the activities or phases of life. That's why where we are. Then the other coin that is most important is enabling an environment that we've not gotten anywhere in the world. How I wish we would look into it properly. The elites, the governments, wherever you're governing, what department and what right you are, even from the family sector, the father in the house. We are still putting analog system in this 21st century. I'm going to give you an example. I was shocked when I met a family friend daughter learning how to go and plait hair at these long-term holidays. I was like, how can I tell the father that you're just being insane? Skills are good, but there are skills that have grown time and space. Today, people go to the Google and learn how to plait hair at home. We should be learning things that are digital and like, so we can fit in with the pace of time. But how do they're not aware? There's no awareness of such. Even the system where they study is backwards, a cake. How can we using the same thing that we've used in decades of years and has done nothing, we're still making use of it?
So let's take you back a bit, because we are looking at various ways of changing the narrative for the youth. And if it happens for the youth, definitely it's going to be better for Nigeria.
Exactly.
You've noticed that the theory and practice in the education system is not impacting positively on development.
Correctly.
What have you done with your NGO to change that narrative? Have you gone to, for example, the Ministry of Education to make a case to show that if we continue to tool this path, even in the next 10 years, we'll still produce graduates that cannot stand on their feet anywhere, with enough statistics to prove your point?
Yes.
Have you done that?
Thank you very much. Currently at VNV, Vital Vibrant Youth and Women Initiative, it's a house for the youthful mind and the youth itself. We've not gone to Ministry of Education because I will believe you cannot change the system from one set. And people has pointed to the system what they should do, they didn't do it. So what we're doing currently, we're growing a program we call Door-to-Door Catch Them Young in Agric for the youth in the universities, where we approach the rectors. We're writing off an agreement, a memorandum with some universities. I don't want to call their name on air because I've not signed yet. We're telling them, fix us in your curriculum. Let's take the burden and train these people into agric as a business, not even as a culture. We have introduced crowdfunding. Your small 10,000 gives you a beneficial hectares of agric and cassava production. We're pushing into vegetables farming, hydroponic activity. We've been preaching and pushing into sand innovations in farming with back sands. So you don't have time to go to the bush. That small portion space, even in your room, beside your window outdoor, can give you enough cucumber to keep you healthy, can give you enough garden. You don't go to the market to buy vegetables you use in your kitchen. It's a culture we need to put. If we understand at the tender age, as they're learning how to read and write, They are laying that I should provide basic amenity for myself legitimately. Believe me, the other system of the brain that has been dead, that has been used to depending on receiving points, will start activating and creative and bringing income and betterment to the country. So we're doing that currently, and we're bent to meet every universities. It's a very sweet and pleasant program. It's because it's crowdfunding activity. Glory be to God, we are done with our partnership with BOA, Bank of Agriculture, who is willing to help them because the hunger is a problem. There's a popular saying that says a hungry man is an angry man. So when there is food on your table, when you have this conviction that is food on my table, you do more better in learning whatever you're learning. But it's not just about food, it's not just about farming. There are production, there are processing, there are packaging, there are marketers. And apart from this, 5 years ago, we ran a program, we do skill acquisition program, where we train over 5,000 youths in different sectors of skills. We did in fabric design, sewing, fashions. We did in barber salons, hairstylists, and all whatnot. These ones we did for secondary school people. We believe that is when you should have this. When I was growing, I was convinced that my elder sisters never went to a shop to plait their hair. Their friends played them. They interwoven themselves and played their hair. That's at that time, there is a under home economics in primary schools. They have skills when they learn how to plait hair in the school. They learned it there. It helped them. But today, what is it in the curriculum? It has been taken off.
So you're calling for a review of the school curriculum?
God bless you. And a practical way where students fills the practical business sector. After the grammar, let them have a feel, just like what will happen in the Western world when you're allowed to work and study. You can start, everybody should start from where they are to start doing something.
Okay. Francis is a Chief Executive Officer, Vital Vibrant Youth and Women Initiative, Head Farmers Aggregator, ENUGU State. Thank you for coming on to Southeast News. We're taking a break now. When we come back, we need to find out what is happening. The forthcoming election in Anambra State, some people are saying it is just a tactic that is undemocratic. Stay tuned to Southeast News. Welcome back. We told you about the claim that Anambra State's local government election scheduled for 28th of September is a plan not to be inclusive, but we'll hold that story for now. Chinemerem Ikegbenam is here with me in the studio. But before I have the opportunity to speak with her, let's turn our attention to that report, Chinemerem, you sent in concerning the PDP ward primaries that took place yesterday.
At New Haven Primary School, one of the wards where consensus was not achieved, the atmosphere was charged with energy and anticipation. Residents gathered in large numbers, eager to show their support for their preferred candidates. Stakeholders highlighted the importance of selecting a local candidate for the councillorship position, stressing the need for someone who truly represents the New Haven community. Tony Nwachuhu, a prominent party stakeholder, noted a significant shift within the party in New Haven Ward 10, describing it as a revolution that could have a profound impact on the party's future. He emphasized that this change should not be overlooked by the state government.
Before now, the party doesn't enjoy this type of support base, membership turnout. The party doesn't. It was kind of a trouble lucky whatever. So what you are seeing today is because we worked very hard and we have freed the party. And I want the government of ENUGU State, the PDP-led state government, under the leadership of Peter Mba, to acknowledge what the revolution that is going on in New Haven.
Because the people in New Haven want a person that is staying in New Haven. You can't be in Independence Lot or GRA or Ababa. You come and via election in New Haven, which people do not accept. We want a person that belongs to New Haven, that can stand for the New Haven. In case of our next election, the person can mobilize for the PDP and know that the person has a people that wants him to be there.
Last week we had a meeting with the governor. He asked us to go to the ward. We should do a kind of selection, nomination, and where we didn't do that, the contestant refused to do that. What we should do is to come to the field and do the election. That is the more reason why we are here. So we are going to start the Congress by doing option A4.
The four contenders each took the stage to outline their intentions and plans if elected.
For years now, New Heaven have been organized, and for now, the way they are treating people in New Heaven, we want to organize New Heaven so that we will become one.
Because we have people, as Ndibo said, the others say, I were a mad, you were a mad. And every hand of Kawaii, so I stand the slogan of Kawaii, because men have been going on these things for 21 years. And now this time I say Kawaii. I have 6 agendas as my manifesto: security, education, drainage system that is bad, healthcare, roads, road maintenance, and street lights.
To make sure that New Haven is a center of attraction in ENUGU North. So if we can advance New Haven in terms of putting security cameras, street lights, to make it to be defined New Haven.
In the end, Emeka Nwoje emerged as the victorious candidate, becoming the party's new flag bearer for the councillorship in the ward.
I will start from the first person, Amaka Ene. She scored the total vote of 226 votes. Clap for her. Then we have the second person, Emeka Nwoje, who scored the total vote of 347. Then we have the third person, which is Ifi Yama, who scored 293. 293. Three persons was not counted when we are rounding up. So that makes it 293. So in a whole, Emeka Nwoje scored the highest vote, which is 347.
Nwoje expressed his gratitude to the community and pledged to work diligently with both local and state governments to ensure effective leadership.
Believe me, I will put up with a new everywhere. I put on a kit, but I put that high. I know what you know, but at this time around, I talk, I could see young. I do put out New Haven was reading. New Haven need to bounce back.
The outcome of the councillorship primaries in New Haven Ward 10 demonstrated the strong solidarity among party members, as the ward was filled with joy and celebration from voters, organizers, contenders, and the newly emerged winner. Chinemerem Ikebunam, reporting for Signature Television.
Chinemerem, we've listened to your report, and I noticed that there is this claim that there is a silent revolution within Party Faithful to turn things around so that progress can come there.
Yes.
Why were they saying that? After all, PDP has been ruling Enugu State for quite a long while. So why are they talking about a silent revolution trying to change things?
Okay, from the report I got in that particular New Haven Ward 10, they said that prior before the election, that's the 2023 election that brought in the governor of Enugu State in the person of Peter Mba, that there had been this issue of, in fact, the ward did not win, PDP did not win from the ward because they had issues with their PDP leaders. So they opted for a revolution, a situation where people will come out to vote who they want. And I think if you date back, there was a report I did, the same New Haven, when that was 27th July when we had the PDP World Congress.
Congresses.
Yes, you saw people came in and voted a woman as their chairman. So in that particular ward, we have a PDP chairman as a lady in the person of Vero Anosike. So that thing alone brought people like other women to also come out and contest. So they believe that the ward is actually going out to bring out people that understands the plight of the New Haven people, and also that understands their yearning in the sense of development in that area. So that was why they said they needed, that revolution is ongoing and they don't want an interference, maybe probably from the state government, to interfere with what is happening. And from what happened in that report, you believe that, or rather it was the people's choice that played out. In as much as some persons, some persons will say that they were one or two, like say Ojoro, like they will say, or something. But it was the people's choice, because the first runner-up, the winner came out with, yes, the bearer came out with 347 votes. And that alone, and the second person was coming with, I think, 293 votes. Yes, so it's you can see the gap. So I think basically that's why they talked about the revolution and the rest.
Okay. I want to say thank you very much. I wish we could go on and on, but time wouldn't allow us to do that. I need to quickly reach out to ENUGU Okbaleze, who is in Anambra State, where we hear that people are reacting to the announcement of an election coming up on the 28th of September.
We have another one coming up tomorrow, also, the local government election.
No, I'm talking of the one in Anambra. You are talking of
the one here in
PDP
ENUGU.
organizing their congresses.
Yeah.
But I am talking of the one in Anambra State.
Okay.
Just today, you would remember that ANSEC announced that they fixed election for 28th of September.
Yeah.
And we have some aggrieved people saying that is not how it should be in terms of democracy. ENUGU,
hello.
I just said I must take you on because time is out.
Okay.
So just quickly give us an idea of the responses coming in from Anambra State concerning the local government election scheduled for the 28th day of September.
Okay. Since the announcement by Anambra State Independent Electoral Commission, headed by Chief Magistrate Genevieve, since that announcement came, people have been talking, especially the opposition parties, the core Blue Mother. For them, the sudden announcement and a very short period of time, we not allow them to consult, funds, do.
Hello? Hello?
Discover that the state government is also within the law, because the law was recently changed by the House of Assembly. There was an amendment cutting it short from 60 days to 30 days. So it is within the law. But even as the opposition is crying, if you come into Oka, the capital of Anambra State, you will begin to notice that even under 24 hours of that announcement, politicians are beginning to gather. They are meeting in groups of 10s and 20s and even more. Most joints in Oka today, we are hosting people who are discussing aligning and realigning forces. That is exactly what is happening. So activities are beginning to pick up to the extent that I want to say hundreds of people are beginning to show interest in picking the forms for councillorship and chairmanship of local government areas.
Thank you very much, ENUGU. We'll be on again with Southeast News tomorrow, so I'm sure you will give us more information as it gets to you. This is Signature TV. Thank you very much for staying tuned to Southeast News. A better package comes your way tomorrow. Barry Kumado is my name. Thank you, Chinemerem, for being with me in the studio.
Thank you so much, Larissa. Bye.
All right.
I know symptom called hepatitis because there's a time my own mother have hepatitis, 1985. We treated her at Mother of Christ. He want to deliver the baby. Along the line, when he delivered the baby, there comes hepatitis. The one that if you have the sickness, your eyes will be yellow. So he nearly killed my mother that time. But by the God's grace, we cured her the sickness. That's when I come across of hepatitis.
It's a general disease. Yeah, one Uche from Bakaleke. I'm the one that took him to UNTH, 140 bedded. Eventually, he died based on this disease, this hepatitis.
I have no idea, but I have seen somebody that had the disease. The color of the eyes is very bad, reddish, yellow, and the person is too tiny. He doesn't eat. He doesn't like anything water, and the eyes is not even yellow but greenish color. I asked him, what is wrong with you? He said that it's hepatitis. That the injection that he's supposed to take is too costly. That the parents could not avoid it. And I told him to stop smoking with people. Anything smoke, don't do it because you are going down. He said, okay. After that, the boy felt down at the road because of that sickness. So everybody was thinking that that the boy is dead. Later he wake up and start walking. So that is the only thing I know about it.
Actually, I've been hearing about hepatitis and all that, but I've not seen somebody that have contacted that kind of disease and all that. I don't know. I can't say much about it because I've not had any person that have suffered from that. One thing I disagree from, I think I always disagree this that government all the time. We must not wait for government for everything. If it is it's something we can do that is within our reach. Let's start from it, from ourselves to before we ask the one that we cannot handle. If it is something that is communicable, what it means is that if you know how to avoid it, if somebody has that kind of disease, should be taken care of so that it will not be spread out to others, not waiting for the government to do it. Government will not come to your house to do such for you. But in other side of it, we still want experts, good hospitals where those people can be taken care of. Then let me use our state as an example. We have a Parkland there. So if there's a particular unit that is in charge of taking care of those people, I suggest they should equip it, give them the right equipment and medicine, drugs that can be used to treat such.
There is a need for sensitization.
people supposed to know about this hepatitis. I know that they have hepatitis A and B. So you have to go and sensitize people about the dangers of this ailment so that they should avoid it, because they can contact it from people, another people, friends, relations, So there is a need to go and tell people more about the disease so that they can avoid it.
The NHPC Limited, or NHPC as it stands, I don't know if it's fully represented the interest of Nigerians. So should I be talking about a windfall today, or a windfall? Because when people talk about the inflations, talk about inflation and high cost of things, they point us to the US, they point to the UK, the Western world. But what they are not adding is the welfare in those states. There are people that still get check in the mail till today in the UK that do not have jobs. The young people in Nigeria that are not employed don't enjoy that. So we should be comparing ourselves with all economies like the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Iran, even Iraq, and the rest of them. They are smiling to the bank. I think that's what we need today, because now we have NNPC Limited. That is a limited liability, so it should be run properly. It's no longer a corporation of government. So ordinarily, if we allow the private hands to run it, the decisions will now be strictly commercial. If we do that, we will save ourselves from the mistakes of the past. Because if I have a stake in NNPC, my thinking is not how to employ my brother or how to take a product to a certain place to benefit certain people, because it's strictly commercial. But when you talk about privatizing NNPC, Nigerians don't see, most Nigerians, their minds go to the ones that didn't work. NEPA. But what about the telecommunication? That one worked. I can give you an example of even Eco Hotel. Then I think it's even Ikoyi Hotel also. I think it's now Southern Sun. There are so many that worked well and they provide the service. It's not so much money, it's not the money you make from it. It's the future. It's like saying, give out an asset. Give it out, don't make any money from it. But the tax, if you're able to get that asset to work and properly managed, the tax they will pay to the country, you make a lot of money from it. The service it to provide, the people you employ. Yeah. So most times people are looking at, you are selling an asset for this amount of money, is actually worth this amount of money. But you can sell an asset for so much and that will be the end. So that's what I'm saying. If you give it out, just give it out, don't make a dime on it. Maybe the word is concession. But let's say we are not in concession. You say, okay, take is a dash. Manage it well. Those things that you benefit, the tax to pay going forward, because it's not properly managed. The number of people that were employed that will also pay tax, and the service that will be rendered to the public. If it's a hotel, I need a hall, it's properly managed. Rather than moving events to South Africa or neighboring countries, the events will be held here. People will supply drinks, supply food. That will be ushers and all that. All that brings money into the economy. I still think part of the plans going forward is to privatize NNPC Limited. Because in the course of the PIB that now became PIA, we had mentioned, look at Saudi Aramco. They sold only, 5% shares? And look at, they became the biggest company in the world as at that time. And if you remember, the then Minister of State Petroleum, Ibe Kachuku, had said in 2017 that they were going to go public. He started having problems after making that statement. The biggest problem NNPC has is the government. Now you say it's NNPC Limited. Can you tell me that the group CEO can make decisions without recourse to Asoro Villa? And unfortunately now, the president is the Minister of Petroleum. Because if it's truly limited, if it's a limited liability company, you don't have to be running to the president to make decisions. You make decisions in the best interest of the company. But that's not the case today. We have to stop seeing NNPC as our common patrimony. That must stop. It should be a business venture that should be properly managed for the benefit of the whole country. So that is why ordinarily I will support the outright sale. Because there are so many other places where we can make money as a nation. And this idea of coming cap in hand to beg for money from the federal should stop. That's why some of us are strongly in support of true federalism or devolution of power. There is no part of this country that is not blessed, but it's just proper management. So for once, the governors need to sit on their butt in their states and manage their states well.
we should also ask, do we have productive civil servants who go to work, who earn the salary, even the little they are being paid? The government needs to look at, if we must fight corruption, and very seriously, apart from looking at the wages being paid to them, which is meager, which, if you look at the per capita income of Nigeria, is nothing to write home about, which is meager. And everybody does whatever he or she wants to do in order to keep body and souls together. That has created a leeway for corruption. Just like we talk about the remuneration of judicial officers, for instance. A judicial officer is not being well remunerated. That's the same judicial officer that is being called upon to decide issues involving trillions of dollars, millions of dollars, millions of pound sterling, and his salary is not even up to $1,000. And then you are saying that such a judge, if not well trained in character, learning and comportment, and one who abhors corruption, certainly will give a corrupt judgment in favor of the highest bidder. And so, going back to the civil servant, I agree their remuneration should be upped. But when you up the remunerations of public officers, we should also see that you don't recruit 5 persons to do a job that 1 person can do. And then in another advanced country where we copy this civil service of a thing from, you don't use your hour for work for private conversation, or for truancy, or for moving from one place to the other, selling your coke, mineral, and your money to people in the offices. But in Nigerian offices today, you will see that civil servants they move from office to office, even in their offices, instead of paying detailed attention to documents and other things, in the interest of Nigerian people, they have more interest in their businesses than the work. So we must look at the remuneration, must look at the people we are recruiting into public offices, because in those days, civil servants were not politicians. They were political. But we now began to talk about so many things in Nigeria called freedom. We then have authorities that even as a civil servant, you can belong to a political party. And so the neutrality expected of a civil servant is going down in geometrical proportion, because civil servants now switch allegiance to political parties that comes to power, even when that political party and politicians are doing wrong things. In other crime, where we have institutions, I always give this example of Donald Trump. If America did not have a strong democratic institution, strong military institution, strong electoral body, Donald Trump would have still remained a president of America. Will the situation in United States of America ever happen in Nigeria, where the Independent Electoral Commission will look at the face of the governor, will look at the face of the ministers, look at the face of Mr. President, and say this election is not free and fair? I had always advocated that INEC that is to be assisted, that are being assisted in most litigations in court by losers of election, always team up with those who fraudulently impose themselves in power to defend the fraudulent activities of those politicians. So I have always not regarded INEC as independent. It's independent in name, but when it comes to action, INEC, particularly in litigation, and when you issue a press statement that the election in that area is not free and fair, why then some are sorting overnight to defend that election? Particularly in a democracy where you see people carrying helicopter and gun, parading in the air, scaring people, dead body littering all over the world, all over the places, and you are saying that is democracy, because that election cannot be said to be free, fair, and credible. You have intimidated people, and it includes undue influence to force yourself on the Nigerian people. It again boils down to our personal character and attitude. How many of us are really ready to defend our principle in the face of money, mouth-watering, daggling money. Even as a civil servant, they ask you to sign the documents. You are signing because you have been promised 10%. These are things we need to do, need to look at.
I know a symptom called hepatitis because there's a time my own mother have hepatitis, 1985. We treated her at Mother of Christ. He want to deliver the baby. Along the line, when he deliver the baby, there comes hepatitis. The one that if you have the sickness, your eyes will be yellow. So he nearly killed my mother that time. But by the God's grace, we cured her the sickness. That's when I come across of hepatitis.
It's a general disease. Yeah, one Uche from Bakaleke. I'm the one that took him to UNTH, 140 bedded. Eventually, he died based on this disease, this hepatitis.
I have no idea, but I have seen somebody that had the disease. The color of the eyes is very bad, reddish, yellow, and the person is too tiny. He doesn't eat. He doesn't like anything water, and the eyes is not even yellow but greenish color. I asked him, what is wrong with you? He said that it's hepatitis, that the injection that he's supposed to take is too costly, that the parents could not avoid it. And I told him to stop smoking with people. Anything smoke, don't do it because we are going down. He said, okay. After that, the boy felt down at the road because of that sickness. So everybody was thinking that the boy is dead. Is dead. Later he wake up and start with it. So that is the only thing I know about it.
Actually, I've been hearing about hepatitis and all that, but I've not seen somebody that have contacted that kind of disease and all that. I don't know. I can't say much about it because I've not had any person that have suffered from that. One thing I disagree from, I think I always disagree this, that government all the time. We must not wait for government for everything. If it is something we can do that is within our reach, let's start from it, from ourselves, to before we ask the one that we cannot handle. If it is something that is communicable, what it means is that if you know how to avoid it, if somebody has that kind of disease, should be taken care of so that it will not be spread out to others, not waiting for the government to do it. Government will not come to your house to do such for you. But in other side of it, we still want experts, good hospitals where those people can be taken care of. Then let me use our state as an example. We have a Parkland there. So if there's a particular unit that is in charge of taking care of those people, I suggest they should equip it, give them the right equipment and medicine, drugs that can be used to treat such.
There is a need for sensitization. People supposed to know about this hepatitis. I know that they have hepatitis A and B. So you have to go and sensitize people about the dangers of this ailment so that they should avoid it, because they can contact it from people, another people, friends, relations, So there is a need to go and tell people more about the disease so that they can avoid it.
The NHPC Limited, or NHPC as it stands, I don't know if it's fully represented the interest of Nigerians. So should I be talking about a windfall today, or a windfall? Because when people talk about the inflations, talk about inflation and high cost of things, they point us to the US, they point to the UK, the Western world. But what they are not adding is the welfare in those states. There are people that still get check in the mail till today in the UK that do not have jobs. The young people in Nigeria that are not employed don't enjoy that. So we should be comparing ourselves with all economies like the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Iran, even Iraq, and the rest of them. They are smiling to the bank. I think that's what we need today, because now we have NHPC Limited. That is a limited liability, so it should be run properly. It's no longer a corporation of government. So ordinarily, if we allow the private hands to run it, the decisions will now be strictly commercial. If we do that, we will save ourselves from the mistakes of the past. Because if I have a stake in NNPC, my thinking is not how to employ my brother or how to take a product to a certain place to benefit certain people, because it's strictly commercial. But when you talk about privatizing NNPC, Nigerians don't see, most Nigerians, their minds go to the ones that didn't work. NEPA. But what about the telecommunication? That one worked. I can give you an example of even Eco Hotel. You know, then I think it's even Koi Hotel also. I think it's now Southern Sun. You know, there are so many that worked well and they provide the service. It's not so much money, it's not the money you make from it. It's the future. It's like saying, give out an asset. Give it out, don't make any money from it. But the tax, if you're able to get that asset to work and properly managed, the tax they will pay to the country, you make a lot of money from it. The service it will provide, the people you employ. Yeah, you know? So most times people are looking at, you are selling an asset for this amount of money, is actually worth this amount of money. But you can sell an asset for so much and that will be the end. So that's what I'm saying. If you give it out, just give it out, don't make a dime on it. Maybe the word is concession. You know, but let's say we are not in concession. You say, okay, take is a dash. Manage it well. Those things that you benefit, the tax it will pay going forward because it's not properly managed. The number of people that were employed that will also pay tax, and the service that will be rendered to the public. If it's a hotel, I need a hall, it's properly managed. Rather than moving events to South Africa or neighboring countries, the events will hold here. People will supply drinks, supply food. You know, that will be ushers and all that. All that brings money into the economy. I still think part of the plans going forward is to privatize NNPC Limited. Because in the course of the PIB that now became PIA, we had mentioned, look at Saudi Aramco. They sold only, is it 5% shares? And look at, they became the biggest company in the world as at that time. You know, and if you remember, the then Minister of State Petroleum, Ibe Kachuku, had said in 2017 that they were going to go public. He started having problems after making that statement. You know, the biggest problem NNPC has is the government. Now you say it's NNPC Limited. Can you tell me that the group CEO can make decisions without recourse to Asirok Villa? And unfortunately now, the president is the Minister of Petroleum. Because if it's truly limited, if it's a limited liability company, you don't have to be running to the president to make decisions. You make decisions in the best interest of the company. But that's not the case today. We have to stop seeing NNPC as our common patrimony. That must stop. It should be a business venture that should be properly managed for the benefit of the whole country. So that is why ordinarily I will support the outright sale. Because there are so many other places where we can make money as a nation. And this idea of coming cap in hand to beg for money from the federal should stop. That's why some of us are strongly in support of true federalism or devolution of power. There is no part of this country that is not blessed, you know, but it's just proper management. So for once, the governors need to sit on their butt in their states and manage their states well.
we should also ask, do we have productive civil servants who go to work, who earn the salary, even the little they are being paid? The government needs to look at, if we must fight corruption, and very seriously, apart from looking at the wages being paid to them, which is meager, which if you look at the per capita income of Nigeria, is nothing to write home about, which is meager. And everybody does whatever he or she wants to do in order to keep body and souls together. That has created a leeway for corruption. Just like we talk about the remuneration of judicial officers, for instance. A judicial officer is not being well remunerated. That's the same judicial officer that is being called upon to decide issues involving trillions of dollars, millions of dollars, millions of pounds sterling, and his salary is not even up to $1,000. And then you are saying that such a judge, if not well trained in character, learning and comportment, and one who abhors corruption, certainly will give a corrupt judgment in favor of the highest bidder. And so, going back to the civil servant, I agree their remuneration should be upped. But when you up the remunerations of public officers, we should also see that you don't recruit 5 persons to do a job that 1 person can do. And then we, in another advanced country where we copy this civil service of a thing from, you don't use your hour for work for private conversation, or for truancy, or for moving from one place to the other, selling your coke, mineral, and your money to people in the offices. But in Nigeria offices today, you will see that civil servants they move from office to office, even in their offices, instead of paying detailed attention to documents and other things, in the interest of Nigerian people, they have more interest in their businesses than the work. So we must look at the remuneration, must look at the people we are recruiting into public offices, because in those days, civil servants were not politicians. They were political. But we now began to talk about so many things in Nigeria called freedom. We then have authorities that even as a civil servant, you can belong to a political party. And so the neutrality expected of a civil servant is going down in geometrical proportion, because civil servants now switch allegiance to political parties that comes to power, even when that political party and politicians are doing wrong things. In other crime, where we have institutions, I always give this example of Donald Trump. If America did not have a strong democratic institution, strong military institution, strong electoral body, Donald Trump would have still remained a president of America. Will the situation in United States of America ever happen in Nigeria, where the Independent Electoral Commission will look at the face of the governor, will look at the face of the ministers, look at the face of Mr. President, and say this election is not free and fair? I had always advocated that INEC that is to be assisted, that are being assisted in most litigations in court by losers of election, always team up with those who fraudulently impose themselves on in power to defend the fraudulent activities of those politicians. So I have always not regarded INEC as independent. It's independent in name, but when it comes to action, INEC, particularly in litigation, and when you issue a press statement that the election in that area is not free and fair, why then somersaulting it overnight to defend that election? Particularly in a democracy where you see people carrying helicopter and gun, parading in the air, scaring people, dead body littering all over the world, all over the places, and you are saying that is democracy, because that election cannot be said to be free, fair, and credible. You have intimidated people, and it includes undue influence to force yourself on the Nigerian people. It again boils down to our personal character and attitude. How many of us are really ready to defend our principle in the face of money, mouth-watering, daggering money. Even as a civil servant, they ask you to sign the documents. You are signing because you have been promised 10%. These are things we need to do, need to look at.
I know a symptom called hepatitis because there's a time my own mother have hepatitis, 1985. We treated her at Mother of Christ. He want to deliver the baby. Along the line, when he delivered the baby, there comes hepatitis. The one that if you have the sickness, your eyes will be yellow. So it nearly killed my mother that time. But by the God's grace, we cured her the sickness. That's when I come across of hepatitis.
It's a general disease. Yeah, one Uche from Bakaleke. I'm the one that took him to UNTH, 140 bedded. Eventually, he died based on this disease, this hepatitis.
I have no idea, but I have seen somebody that had the disease. The color of the eyes is very bad, reddish, yellow, and the person is too tiny. He doesn't eat. He doesn't like anything water, and the eyes is not even yellow but greenish color. I asked him, what is wrong with you? He said that it's hepatitis, that the injection that he's supposed to take is too costly, that the parents could not avoid it. And I told him to stop smoking with people. Anything smoke, don't do it because we are going down. He said, okay. After that, the boy felt down at the road because of that sickness. So everybody was thinking that the boy is dead. Later he wake up and start walking. So that is the only thing I know about it.
Actually, I've been hearing about hepatitis and all that, but I've not seen somebody that have contacted that kind of disease and all that. I don't know. I can't say much about it because I've not had any person that have suffered from that. One thing I disagree from, I think I always disagree is that government all the time. We must not wait for government for everything. If it is something we can do that is within our reach, let's start from it, from ourselves before we ask the one that we cannot handle. If it is something that is communicable, what it means is that if you know how to avoid it, if somebody has that kind of disease, should be taken care of so that it will not be spread out to others, not waiting for the government to do it. Government will not come to your house to do such for you. But in other side of it, we still want experts, good hospitals where those people can be taken care of. Then let me use our state as an example. We have a Parkland there. So if there's a particular unit that is in charge of taking care of those people, I suggest they should equip it, give them the right equipment and medicine, drugs that are can be used to treat such.
There is a need for sensitization. People supposed to know about this hepatitis. I know that they have hepatitis A and B. So you have to go and sensitize people about the dangers of this ailment so that they should avoid it, because they can contact it from people, another people, friends, relations, So there is a need to go and tell people more about the disease so that they can avoid it.
Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Church of Nigeria appoints new bishops for 7 dioceses in the country. Tinubu signs judicial office holders' salaries and allowances bill into law. Nigerian government says it is selling weapons to some African countries. And UN chief condemns continued loss of life following deadly Israeli strike on Gaza school. Details in a moment. A workshop on service orientation and work ethics for enhanced operational performance in the local government system has commenced in ENUGU. The workshop, organized by the ENUGU State Local Government Service, is aimed at promoting a culture of excellence in the local government bureaucracy and enhance the productivity of local government staff. The chairman of the ENUGU State Local Government Service Commission, Professor Osio Kaya, said the workshop would help to reposition the service for greater productivity.
We are those recruited in 1989. So you discover that a number of those who are already on level 16 and 15 have not had this opportunity. And we had to opt for this because we discovered that there are so many things that the senior cadre do not understand. And they do not understand because they have not been exposed to it. And so we have assembled seasoned hands. But very soon, new chairman will be put in place. And this is part of getting our bureaucracy ready for the new chairman that will be coming in to office after the October elections.
A member of the commission, Peter Naji, said the orientation will add value to the existing system and make the local government council much better.
With what I believe in no distant future, the bureaucracy of the local government will be what the state government and the local service commission will be proud of. We intend to add value to the system. Before now, you know, truancy was order of the day. But recently now, if you pay a visit to any of the local government, you can see there is an absolute change in the way, in the time they come to work, in the manner they do the work, and they can call SSG safe. We are not talking of attendance. We are talking of productivity, you know. So, in effect, we are not asking you whether you come to work or not. We are asking you, what did you do when you come to the work?
Personnel, while addressing the delegates, outlined the code of conduct and work ethics guiding bureaucracy.
The public service rule I brought it here is being reviewed or has been reviewed. The head of service has forwarded it to His Excellency the Governor for approval. In a place where we have misconduct, we have serious misconduct. The Federal Civil Public Service Rule that has been reviewed, they removed membership of secret cult from just mere misconduct to serious misconduct. The other one, if it is misconduct, the punishment is it can lead to termination of appointment or retirement. But if it is serious misconduct, if you're found guilty, that one can lead to dismissal from service. The public service rule
aim is to foster a culture of accountability, transparency, and integrity in local government administration. The Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion has announced the election of 7 clergymen to fill the vacant positions in 7 dioceses of the country. An Episcopal Synod held on Monday at St. Matthew's Anglican Church, Maitama in Abuja Diocese, the Primate of the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, the Most Reverend Dr. Henry Ndukuba, announced Venerable Professor Sam Ike as Bishop of ENUGU Diocese, Venerable Ephraim Gondem as Bishop of Jos Diocese, Venerable John Obinadi for Kigwe Diocese, and Venerable Dr. Godwin Odubena for Ijebu North Diocese. Others are Venerable Bernard Hansen for Auda Diocese, Usasa Diocese, as Venerable Titus Alkali as its new bishop, while Venerable Samuel Ifeyemi takes charge of Osun North Diocese. 4 archbishops were also elected, including Right Reverend Sonitens Eze, Bishop of Enugu North Diocese for Enugu Province, Kwara Province as Most Reverend Israel Afolabi Amo, Bishop of New Busa Diocese, Right Reverend Dr. Williams Oluwarotimi Alakekube takes charge of Ibadan Province, while the Lokoja Province now has Most Reverend Daniel Yisa, Bishop of Mina Diocese. The Primate called on everyone to pray and support this newly elected and their families as they go into their new places of assignment after all the due processes, training and consecration is concluded. The Primate added that the consecration of the bishops-elect and the presentation of archbishops-elect would hold on Wednesday, 18 September 2024 at a standing committee meeting of the Church being hosted by Nike Diocese in Enugu State. The Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, CBCN, has appealed to the federal government to listen to the yearnings of the masses and take a holistic review of its economic policies and programs to take Nigerians out of the current multidimensional poverty. It says the president ought to be compassionate enough to listen to the yearnings and concerns which are clearly conveyed during the recent hunger protest and therefore cannot afford to keep quiet. In a statement, President of the Association, Most Reverend Lucius Ugoji, regretted that credible reports have it that the protest claimed so many lives and caused properties worth millions of naira to be destroyed or looted. Ugoji maintained that in protest, the people were just exercising their constitutional right by assembling and expressing their feelings of anger and concern over bad governance in the country. He observed that despite all petitions and pleas, the young people decided to go to the streets to say they are dying of hunger and hardship, describing it as a very serious matter which should be seen as such. The Archbishop Ugoji said President Tinubu's economic policy has sadly degenerated to hyperinflation, continued devaluation of the currency used in paying workers while they continue to work at the same amount as was agreed when the naira had a higher value. Explained that trying to cushion the effect of the current hardship by distributing palliatives and remittance of money into people's bank accounts do not solve the problem. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu assigned the judicial office holders' salaries and allowances bill into law. Special advisor to the President on Senate matters, Senator Bashir Lado, disclosed this in a statement in Abuja on Tuesday. Lado said the move underscores the President's absolute prioritization of the welfare of Nigerian workers above all else, just like he did when he recently put on hold an ongoing Federal Executive Council meeting to assent to the new national minimum wage bill of 70,000 naira. The new law prescribes salaries, allowances, and other entitlements for judicial officers to reflect the changing realities and consequences, amends the provisions of a certain political, public, and judicial office holders' salaries and allowances. It describes the signing of the bill by the President as a landmark achievement and a manifestation of his unwavering commitment to the welfare of Nigeria's workforce. He urged judicial office holders in the country to redouble their efforts in ensuring that justice is served and speedily, so that in the light of the action of the President aimed at enhancing their overall welfare and well-being. He also lauded the members of the 10th National Assembly for prioritizing the welfare of Nigerians by passing and transmitting the executive bill, which has now been promptly assented to by the President. Daughter of a Benin High Chief, Gabriel Igbenedion, Ms. Monsede Igbenedion, has formally tendered her resignation from the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Igbenedion announced her resignation in a letter which was addressed to Mr. Lucky Edosunwa, chairman of the party in Okada West Ward 1, Ovia Northeast local government area of the state. He cited lack of equity, fairness, and justice within the party, particularly in Edo State, as a reason for her resignation. She expressed disappointment that in spite of her complaints to the state and national leadership, the party had continued to marginalize its indigenous members. Igbenedion noted that there is no indigenous PDP member in the Edo governorship ballot, either as a governorship candidate or a governorship running mate, which brings to fore the question who exactly they are working for. She said her overriding interest and commitment to the people of Ovia, whom she holds so dearly and who have always stood by her, supersedes her personal interest as well as any other interest. The Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, CISLAC, has commended the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, for investigating allegations of misappropriation of 90 billion naira in Hajj subsidies. The Executive Director of CISLAC, Awal Musa, who gave the commendation in a statement in Lagos on Tuesday, described the alleged widespread looting during the recently concluded Hajj exercise as alarming, particularly given the religious significance of the exercise. According to him, reports indicate that despite substantial payments and allocation of federal government subsidies, many pilgrims received substandard treatment. He said that the situation raised serious concerns about the management of funds by the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, and urged the ICPC to ensure that corruption is rooted out of public institutions. Musa, who also heads Transparency International Nigeria, TI Nigeria, said that persistent fraud and institutional failures had contributed to the country's deepening poverty, which has left over 133 million Nigerians living in multidimensional poverty. According to him, the level of fraud and disregard for institutional integrity have plunged millions of Nigerians into abject poverty, while a few individuals amass wealth at the expense of the general populace. The Minister of Tourism, Lola Adejohn, has urged stakeholders and investors to harness various opportunities in the tourism sector for the benefit of Nigerians. Adejohn made a call during an interview in Abuja on Tuesday, said opportunities and potentials in the sector are limitless and if well tapped will contribute immensely to the country's gross domestic product, GDP. The minister noted that there are over 2,500 tourist sites yet to be harnessed, which investors could leverage on. He said the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority, NTDA, is currently warehousing all the tourist locations, including those in the states. She emphasized the need for citizens to change their mindset towards the sector, especially when it seems to them as if government abandoned the area in order to turn around the fortune of the sector. The minister also stressed the need for organizations to create websites that will display information about the sectors, saying different ministries had their websites. The governor of Cross River says its goal is to elevate the state to the top tier of educationally developed states in Nigeria. Chairman, Cross River Universal Basic Education Board, SUBEB, Esu, disclosed this during a news conference on Tuesday in Calabar. Esu emphasized the state's commitment to rewriting its educational history while implementing strategic initiatives aimed at improving school enrollment and educational infrastructure. The first step towards achieving the objective is to improve school enrollment and develop infrastructure to a level where they can compete with other leading states. He explained that as part of efforts, Superb was set to commence a comprehensive needs assessment to identify schools facing infrastructure challenges. Up ahead, Sani lifts curfew after violent protest in Kaduna. Army eliminates 5 terrorists in Borno, recovers bombs, arms, Russell cattle. Stay with us. A new national policy that seeks to address the increase in migration of the country's health workforce. This was made known in a statement signed by the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Ali Pate, who said the policy is a comprehensive strategy to manage, harness, and reverse the exit of health workers. He added that the policy will also encourage the return of professionals to Nigeria through attractive incentives and reintegrate them into the nation's health system. The approach, he said, leverages the expertise of the diaspora to bridge gaps within the health sector. The minister said the policy acknowledges the importance of work-life balance and has included provisions for routine health checks, mental well-being support, and reasonable working hours, especially for younger doctors. President Bola Tinubu would on Wednesday depart Abuja from Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, on a 3-day official visit to honor the invitation of President Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo. This was announced by Ajuri Ngelale, Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity. Ngelale said that Tinubu will meet with the Equatorial Guinean President at the presidential villa on arrival and would hold meetings with Mbasogo and sign agreements, particularly on oil and gas and security. The President will be accompanied on the trip by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, and other members of his cabinet will be involved in the signing of agreements and review of opportunities to improve bilateral relations. Troops of the Nigerian army in a raid operation on an Islamic West African province ISWAP terrorist enclave in Bama local government area of Borno State have killed 5 terrorists following a gunfight which ensued. The Army said that during the offensive operation conducted on 12th August 2024, troops recovered 2 rocket-propelled gun RPG bombs, 2 Dane guns, 1 RPG bomb charger, 1 AK-47 rifle magazine, 23 rounds of 7.62 units, 54 mm ammunition, 6 motorcycles, and assorted medication. The troops also recovered bombs, arms, ammunition, and Russell cattle. They equally arrested some criminal suspects during the operations. The Army disclosed that following sustained offensive operations against terrorist groups in the Northeast Theater, 44 Boko Haram terrorists and their families have surrendered to troops deployed at Bama, Dikwa, and Gwoza local government areas of Borno State. And in Plateau State, troops arrested a notorious cattle rustler, Malam Mawuya Shuaibu at Mararaban Katum in Bakinla, the local government area of the state. The police command in Niger State says it has uncovered the lifeless body of a baby suspected to be a day old in a farmland in Tayi village of Mina, Niger. A police public relations officer in Niger, Waisu Abiodun, who disclosed this to newsmen in Mina on Tuesday, said that the GRA police division received information that a lifeless body was found in a farmland in Tayi village, Mina. Abiodun said that police operatives of the GRA division moved to the scene and invited welfare officials of the Chanchega local government area of the state, who brought in a medical practitioner who examined the baby and confirmed it dead. He said that the incident was under investigation with the aid of the community to arrest the perpetrator of such an act. A resident of the area said the baby must have been abandoned by a woman who got pregnant out of wedlock. After an intensive review of the security situation in Kaduna and Zaria towns and their environs, the Kaduna State Governor, Uba Sani, has lifted the 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. curfew completely. The State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Arua, announced this in a statement on Tuesday, saying removal of the curfew took immediate effect. The State Security Council last week imposed curfew on Kaduna and Zaria as hoodlums hijacked the End Bad Governance protest, where investments worth billions got looted and vandalized. Arua stated that any form of procession must be verified by relevant security agencies to avoid any breakdown of law and order. Also showed that security forces will continue to be on the lookout for threats to public peace and will prosecute persons or groups posing such threats. He assured critical stakeholders of Governor Sani's inclusive and participatory stance and that he would continue to engage them towards ensuring the peace and unity and development of Kaduna State. The federal government says many African nations are now turning to Nigeria to produce high-tech military hardware. The weapons produced by the Defense Industries Corporation of Nigeria, DICON, according to Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawalle, show the seriousness of the Ministry of Defense and the new DICON management under the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration. Matawalle added that the patronage by African countries was capable of boosting the country's foreign exchange earnings and creating jobs for skilled Nigerians and reducing capital flight. The minister said over 150 other foreign nationals would exhibit their capability and capacity during the Made in Africa Defense Industries Conference and exhibition in Abuja. The Ebonyi State Governor, Francis Mwifuru, wants women to embrace their role as a bedrock of humanity by inculcating indelible cultural and moral values in their children and youth that will guide them into being responsible adults. This, he said, is one way of halting the emerging restiveness and social vices across the country and guarantee a thriving society. Mwifuru gave the charge on occasion of a 2024 August meeting held at the Christian Ecumenical Center, Bakileke, with the theme, A Wise Woman Builds a Home.
Respective and collective assignment to prove ourselves capable of making significant change in our society. I am proud to say that Ebonyi women have shown that women can lead with strength and compassion, making decisions not only our families but our entire state. As women, we must build our home, because when you have a home, then you have a society. When you have a society, then you have a country. We must be fair.
Shifted focus from a cultural and social activities to series of lectures on entrepreneurship, personal hygiene, comportment and values geared towards strengthening the capacity of women to contribute their quota to family and nation building.
This year, Her Excellency the First Lady of the Ebonyi State, Noha Won, says we should talk about empowering women, and we have different lectures that would help us to empower women.
feel happy that Her Excellency came to our home. It's just the way she said during the flag of training that she will empower us and give us tools to start. And she also ensured that she raised it to learn them. And this is not also go a long way helping us learn more and also give back to the society.
Of change and development, both at home and society. 130 women and youths were empowered with barbing kits, sewing machines, while others got fertilizers, rice, among other things, which is said they've gotten them engaged and useful. The climax of a 2024 Ebonyi Women August meeting was the cutting of a birthday cake in honor of a wife of Ebonyi State Governor Uzamaka Mwifuru in commemoration of her birthday. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has urged civil servants in the country to follow the footsteps of the outgoing head of the civil service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemiesa, whom she said offered exceptional services to the nation. Tinubu spoke at the State House Abuja during the swearing-in of a newly appointed head of the civil service of the Federation, Mrs. Esther Didi Walson-Jack, hailed Yemiesa's commitment to duty, loyalty and vision, which guided the civil service through significant transformation and reforms. He said that Yemiesa has set a high standard for public administration, praising her dedication to enhanced efficiency, transparency and professionalism, which he said must be emulated by all. The President expressed gratitude for her unwavering commitment and the significant impact she has made in the country, while urging the incoming new head of service to serve the nation with integrity and transparency. The federal government has said that it's now mandatory for all government organizations and agencies to procure military hardware from the military industrial complex at the Defense Industry Corporation, Dikens, Kaduna. Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Defense, Ibrahim Kana, while addressing a news conference in Abuja ahead of the 60th anniversary of the Defense Industry Corporation, Dikens said it is only when the desired hardware is unavailable at Dikens that government organizations will be allowed to make procurements from abroad. Kana explained that the new Dikens Act, signed into law by President Bola Tinubu, mandates government agencies to look inward for military hardware procurement to contribute to Nigeria's national development and security. He said that such patronage is capable of boosting foreign exchange earnings through local production of defense equipment, in addition to creating jobs for skilled Nigerians and reducing capital flight to foreign nations. A newly inaugurated Anambra State Independent Electoral Commission, ANSEC, announced Saturday, September 28 as date for the conduct of local government election in the state. This is coming a few days after Governor Chukwuma Soludo inaugurated a 6-man electoral body with a charge to ensure the smooth, peaceful and transparent conduct of local government elections in the state. Announcing the election date while briefing newsmen at the ANSEC headquarters in Awka on Monday, the chairperson of the commission, Genevieve Osakwe, said election timetable, schedule of activities and other details were made available at the commission headquarters on Thursday this week. Osakwe assured that the commission was prepared and ready to give Anambra the best local government elections ever. Other members of the commission who also attended the briefing include Chinedu Nalue, Mrs. Benedine Obande, Osita Igbokwe, Ifeanyiwa Ume, and Mr. Emeka Okeke. The last local government council election in Anambra State was held in 2014. The Kano State Police Command has transferred 76 suspects, including a foreign national, to the force headquarters in Abuja for discreet investigation on charges of sedition. The suspects were reportedly arrested for flying Russian flags during the recent nationwide hunger protest. The protests had turned violent in several parts of the north. Addressing the press on Monday, Kano State Commissioner of Police Salman Garba provided updates on the ongoing investigations and the arrest made in connection with the unrest. Garba stated that in line with the directives of Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun to all commands and formations, the Kano Command worked diligently and professionally towards addressing the aftermath of the event, which it said resulted in the arrest of 873 suspects and the recovery of a large quantity of exhibits. Garba disclosed that the 76 suspects were arrested for flying Russian flags during the protests were transferred to Abuja for further investigation. He added that the command also transferred a foreigner who was among the suspects to the force headquarters for district investigation and charges of sedition, while 150 individuals are being prosecuted for violating the curfew imposed by the Kano state government during the protest. Nigeria's oil marketers have reignited hope that the Port Harcourt refinery would commence commercial production in the coming weeks. The national president of the Petroleum Products Retail Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria, Billy Gillis-Harry, disclosed this in a media chat, said his recent visit to the 250 barrels per day refinery showed readiness to produce petroleum products in commercial quantity. Gillis-Harry explained that a full-scale kickoff of Port Harcourt refinery and the Gote refinery will guarantee an end to fuel queues in Nigeria and expressed hope that this would happen in the coming days or weeks. Another stakeholder and oil and gas expert, Zaka Bala, said hope for Nigeria's energy security lies with the revitalization of the Port Harcourt, Warri and Kaduna refineries. He noted that while the Dangote refinery is in the business to make profit, the government-owned refineries are to provide services for Nigerians, insisting that the government must not play into the hands of those who do not want the country's national refineries to succeed. Recall that in July 2024, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited, Mede Kyari, projected that the Port Harcourt refinery will commence operation in August this year, after he earlier announced March and July 2024 dates for the commencement.
The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, says it will soon engage with market leaders and others involved in the supply and distribution chain across the nation. This move comes as a part of broader initiative to tackle the exploitative pricing of consumer goods, a practice that has become increasingly prevalent as the value of naira continues to be affected by exchange rate. According to the FCCPC, many prices currently charged for imported products are disproportionately high, while even locally produced goods are being sold at excessive rates. This unfair practice is especially common in the retail sector, where some market associations are engaging in price fixing at the expense of consumers. The Commission believes that by working closely with market leaders, they can reach an understanding on more reasonable pricing, thereby protecting consumers during these challenging economic times. The Commission has also mandated that supermarket operators visibly display the prices of all products on their shelves, ensuring transparency for consumers and preventing situations where consumers are ambushed by unexpected costs at the counter. The Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC, appointed liquidator of the liquidated Heritage Bank, says it has reimbursed 82.36% of depositors of their funds. The National Financial Insurer says the remaining 17.64% of insured deposits are yet to be paid because of complications such as accounts with post-no debits instructions, that's a PND, missing BVNs, or accounts lacking alternative bank links. The NDIC says it started paying off 5 million naira to depositors 4 days after the liquidation on June 7, 2024. Heritage Bank's license was revoked by the Central Bank of Nigeria on June 3, 2024. According to the NDIC, its innovative approach allowed depositors to receive funds directly into alternate bank accounts without the need for in-person visits or form submissions. For those with uninsured deposits, that is, amounts exceeding the maximum insured limit of 5 million naira, the NDIC has reassured depositors that they are working diligently to recover the defunct bank's assets and debts. These efforts are aimed at ensuring that all uninsured depositors are paid in due course through liquidation dividends. The NDIC has also committed to paying creditors in accordance with the priorities of claims as stipulated by law once all depositors have been reimbursed. In some good news for households across Nigeria, tomato prices have dropped to a 7-month low thanks to the commencement of the new harvest season and favorable weather conditions. This significant price drop, which stands at 58% from January to August 2024, offers much needed relief for families grappling with over 40% food inflation rate in the country. A recent survey across markets in Lagos revealed that a big basket of tomatoes now sells for 50,000 naira, down from 120,000 naira earlier in the year. In Onitsha, prices range from between 60,000 naira and 75,000 naira, while in Abuja's Wuse and Day markets, prices are between 45,000 and 60,000 naira. This price reduction is expected to ease the financial burden on many families and could see a return to tomato-based meals as a staple in Nigerian households. Price drop is coming on the heels of the expected July inflation rates announcement by Nigeria's Bureau of Statistics. Economists are not expecting any significant change in the rates as July was fraught with so many economic challenges, including the fuel scarcity which continues to bite hard. Ethiopia is experiencing price instability following the government's implementation of a flexible exchange rate policy. The Ethiopian birr has devalued by 60% as against the dollar, causing widespread anxiety among consumers and businesses in the capital, Addis Ababa. As businesses struggle to adapt, some have resorted to hoarding goods, leading to price hikes in basic commodities. Supermarkets in Addis Ababa are reportedly stockpiling items in warehouses, selling only limited quantities to avoid penalties from city authorities. The Addis Ababa City Trade Bureau has already closed over 3,000 stores accused of hoarding, and police have seized large quantities of essential goods such as 800,000 liters of edible oil from warehouses. The International Monetary Fund has stepped in, approving a $3.4 billion credit facility to support Ethiopia's economic reforms. However, experts warn that days ahead could be unpredictable, particularly for those with fixed incomes, as the impact of the birr's floating exchange rate begins to take hold. Despite the government's effort to curb price inflation, the immediate effects of the reforms are being felt by the general populace, leading to frustration and uncertainty. At the end of the first weekday of trading on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, NGX, a total of 498,271,393 shares in 10,645 deals corresponding to a market value of 11.77 trillion naira were traded. Compared with the previous NGX trading day on Friday, today's data shows 4% improvement in volume, 44% improvement in turnover, and 12% improvement in deals. The current market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange is 55.6 trillion naira. In the aggregate, 120 listed equities participated in trading, ending with 28 gainers and 23 losers. Julius Berger led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 121 naira per share. On the losing side, Boa Cement came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 11.33% at 114 naira 30 kobo per share. Not too surprising that Guaranty Trust Holding recording the highest volume of 124 million traded shares as it closed its public offer today. The all-share index for the market dropped 711.18 basis points, that's about 0.72%, to close at 97,880.94 basic points. European shares started the week on a positive note on Monday, August 12th, as investors prepared for a crucial week packed with key economic data. The focus is on the U.S. inflation report, which will play a major role in determining the Federal Reserve's monetary policy path. Analyst Tim Ostner from Steuben AG Security and Trading Bank in Germany shared insights, noting that the market anticipates a potential 25 basis points cut in the key interest rate by the Feds in September.
The U.S. inflation figures for July are on the program. The overall rate is expected to remain at 3%, and the core rate, which excludes food and energy price, is expected to fall from 3.3% to 3.2%.
He suggests that this could inject optimism into the market, especially following last week's massive sell-off triggered by recession fears in the U.S. economy. However, better-than-expected U.S. job data has since calmed nerves of investors, leading to a more positive outlook as the week begins.
We saw that the U.S. internal jobless claims came in lower than expected. In this respect, the labor market in the U.S. appears to be more robust than recently assumed.
Ostner further mentioned that the DAX, Germany's key stock market index, has shown signs of stabilization. He advised investors to maintain their composure and patience in the market in these uncertain times. Wall Street opened on a higher note on Monday, August 12th, as major indexes continued to recover from the losses experienced last week. Investors are now focused on incoming economic data, including the much-anticipated U.S. Consumer Price Index. At the opening bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average saw a modest rise of 0.02%, settling at 39,500 points. Meanwhile, the S&P 500 was up 0.24% at 3,356.23 points. And the Nasdaq Composite rose by 0.45%, reaching 16,820 points. The positive start reflects investor optimism that upcoming data will provide clarity on the U.S. economic outlook, particularly in light of last week's turbulent market conditions. And that's
Mosoko stood at the edge of a vast garbage dump in Uganda's capital, Kampala, watching excavators dig through the mud and debris that claimed the lives of his two grandsons. Police said the death toll from Friday's landslide at Kampala's only landfill site has risen to 22 as rescue efforts continued amid challenging weather conditions. A tragedy occurred after torrential rains caused a huge mound of garbage to collapse, crushing homes on the edge of a site as residents slept. Rescue efforts have been hampered by conditions at the site. Authorities expect the death toll to rise further as the search continues and the wait drags on as he hopes for the recovery of his second grandson. President Yoweri Museveni has directed the Prime Minister to coordinate the removal of all those living near the garbage dump, while the government has launched investigations into the cause of the landslide. The Kitezi landfill has served as Kampala's sole garbage dump for decades, with residents long complaining of hazardous waste polluting the environment and posing a danger to those living nearby. George Santos was expelled from the U.S. House of Representatives, appeared in court on Tuesday, August 13, in Central Islip, New York, ahead of his corruption trial set for September 9, 2024. Santos was indicted on corruption charges and expelled from Congress in December 2023. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Monday condemned the continued loss of life in the Gaza Strip following a devastating strike by Israel on a school in Gaza City on Saturday, which was sheltering displaced residents. Israeli warplanes targeted the Al-Tabain school in Al-Dirash neighborhood in central Gaza, while displaced people residing in the school were performing the daily Fajr prayer, killing at least 100 Palestinians and injuring dozens more, Palestinian medical and security sources said, adding that many women and children were among the victims.
The Secretary General condemns the continued loss of life in Gaza, including women and children, as we witness yet another devastating strike by Israel on the Al-Tabain school in Gaza City, sheltering hundreds of displaced Palestinian families with scores of fatalities amidst continued horror, displacement, and suffering in Gaza.
The Council is set to hold an emergency meeting regarding the strike and other issues related to the Palestine-Israel conflict on Tuesday afternoon, which came at the request of the Algerian delegation. Other representatives have expressed the need to urgently implement a UN resolution which was adopted in June proposing a comprehensive three-phase ceasefire deal between Hamas and Israel.
The Council needs to send a message to both sides that it's time to finalize this ceasefire agreement.
Reservoir of liquid water may lie deep under the surface of Mars. A study released Monday, August 12, using data from NASA's Mars InSight lander showed the reservoir located about 7.2 to 12.4 miles below the Martian surface within fractured igneous rocks could hold enough water to fill an ocean that will cover the entire surface of Earth's planetary neighbor. Liquid water far below the surface of a fourth planet potentially offers conditions favorably to sustain microbial life either in the past or now, the researchers said. Interior exploration using seismic investigations, geodesy and heat transport lander, which has been on the red planet since 2018, measured seismic data over 4 years, examining low quakes shook the ground and determining what materials or substances were beneath the surface. The discovery advances the search for life beyond Earth and shows what might have happened to Mars' ancient oceans. As Italians prepare for the national summer holiday of Ferragosto and move away from the big cities for holidays, intense heat hit the cities of Venice and Rome on Monday. Tourists sought refreshment at the fountains and in the shade amidst the streets almost empty of residents. According to the weather forecasting website, Il Meteo It, heatwave Charon will bring temperatures that could exceed 40 degrees Celsius in southern Italy. Italy's heatwave is keeping the red alert active on 17 cities, including Rome, Bologna, and Florence. South African Olympic medalists receive a hero's welcome at OR Tambo International Airport near Johannesburg on Tuesday, August 13, greeted by cheering crowds, waving banners and national flags. Among the returning athletes were Tatjana Smith, who won gold in the 100-meter breaststroke and silver in 200-meter breaststroke, and 4 by 100 meters relay silver medalists Baganda Walaza and Bradley Nkwana. South Africa secured 6 medals at the Paris Olympics, 1 gold, 3 silver, and 2 bronze.
Maybe one of the last times I'll be wearing the green and gold. But yeah, just being able to walk out at the end of the Olympics with the flag, just what it meant of representing our country. It's had its challenges.
Will claim South Africa's sole gold medal, added the 100-meter breaststroke title to the 200 meters she won at Tokyo 2021 under maiden name Schoenmaker. The two-time Olympic champion, now South Africa's most decorated Olympian, announced a retirement after the Paris Games. The United States topped the overall medal table with 40 gold, surpassing China only by virtue of their 45 silver. Both nations claimed double the number of golds compared to third place Japan, marking a more dominant performance by the top two countries than in recent games. On the streets of Havana, residents on Monday night celebrated the homecoming of Cuban Olympians, including five-time Olympic gold medalist Miguel Lopez. People cheered as double-decker buses carried the athletes from the airport to an event in the city's famous Malecam, where spectators enjoyed a salsa concert. Lopez became the first Olympian to win 5 gold in the same individual event after winning the men's 130 kg Greco-Roman final at the Paris Games before immediately retiring. Minutes before midnight, he asked the audience to commemorate the 98th anniversary of the birthday of former President Fidel Castro. The group of 62 athletes secured 9 medals in the Olympics, concluding the Games at the 32nd place in the international ranking. The Olympic flag has arrived in Los Angeles, where it will be flown in 2028, when the city hosts the next Summer Games. The flag arrived aboard a Delta Airlines jet carrying American athletes and officials and painted with its LA-28 and palm trees on its side. Hip-hop legend Tupac Shakur's Californian Love blasted the loudspeakers on the tarmac at Los Angeles International Airport as the plane came to a stop.
And so that handoff to me was more than just the symbolism. It's a friendship that has developed between our two cities. Much that we have to learn from them. And I think one of the things I'm the most excited about is the way they turned the Olympics in Paris to be the Olympics for everyone. I think we all feel pressure. And so it was just a moment of, I feel, tremendous pride and responsibility. Advantage of what's going to come our way. We have a lot of work to do on so many different levels. And it's not like we haven't been doing the work, but now we need to put our foot on the gas.
Mayor Karen Bass stepped off the plane dressed in a red Team USA tracksuit, smiled broadly, and waved the Olympic flag before descending airstairs to be greeted by Californian Governor Gavin Newsom.
I already signed up at la28.com or org I'd love to be a volunteer and then also see a bunch in person. I think we're going to have a full house the whole 2 weeks of people coming in town to come see the Olympics. I'm interested to see how they do it carless.
I would love to buy the tickets for the 2028 Olympics. Yeah, if I'm here, I would love to go there. It would be super cool. Well, LA is a cultural hub, right, compared to Paris. You know, Paris, you watch these Olympics, they seem to have this kind of, you know, yeah, they got a different aesthetic going on. But you look at the concept art coming out for LA, it looks like every sort of aspect of culture is represented. Every aspect of sport is represented.
One thing would be cool is to see more interesting sports and new categories. I know they're looking to bring in esports. Breakdancing was new. You know, like the more they kind of just incorporate stuff that is very unique to LA would be a really cool thing. Oh, there's got to be Michael Bay explosions. I mean, there's got to be some. You know, like we should see people like skydiving into the dome. We'd need to see like celebrities show up. Like it's got to be like better than the Super Bowl, if you ask me. You know, it's got to be so theatrical.
Olympic diver Dylan Schnell, skateboarder Tate Carew, and others accompanied the mayor. The International Olympic Committee awarded Los Angeles the right in 2017 to host the 2028 Games, and it will be the third time the city will be hosting the Games in the modern era after being the host city in 1932 and 1984. An Argentine court has released 2 French national rugby team players who have been held on sexual abuse charges, but they must remain in the country until the end of a trial. According to the prosecutor in the case, there is insufficient evidence for the players to remain in custody for the time being. However, the French players will not be able to leave Argentina as the case remains open and their passports will continue to be withheld. French rugby players Hugo Arauda and Oscar Gigot were detained during the tour of South America in July for their sexual assault allegations. Players have denied the allegations and said a sexual encounter was consensual. That's the news this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
The NNPC Limited, or NNPC as it stands, I don't know if it's fully represented the interest of Nigerians. So should I be talking about a windfall today, or a windfall? Because when people talk about the inflations, talk about inflation and high cost of things, they point us to the US, they point to the UK, the Western world. But what they are not adding is the welfare in those states. There are people that still get check in the mail till today in the UK that do not have jobs. The young people in Nigeria that are not employed don't enjoy that. So we should be comparing ourselves with all economies like the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Iran, even Iraq, and the rest of them. They are smiling to the bank. I think that's what we need today, because now we have NNPC Limited. That is a limited liability, so it should be run properly. It's no longer a corporation of government. So ordinarily, if we allow the private hands to run it, the decisions will now be strictly commercial. If we do that, we will save ourselves from the mistakes of the past. Because if I have a stake in NNPC, my thinking is not how to employ my brother or how to take a product to a certain place to benefit certain people, because it's strictly commercial. But when you talk about privatizing NNPC, Nigerians don't see, most Nigerians, their minds go to the ones that didn't work, NEPA. But what about the telecommunication? That one worked. I can give you an example of even Eco Hotel, then I think it's even Ikoyi Hotel also. I think it's now Southern Sun. There are so many that worked well and they provide the service. It's not so much money, it's not the money you make from it. It's the future. It's like saying, give out an asset. Give it out, don't make any money from it. But the tax, if you're able to get that asset to work and properly managed, the tax they will pay to the country, you make a lot of money from it. The service it will provide, the people you employ. So most times people are looking at, you are selling an asset for this amount of money, is actually worth this amount of money. But you can sell an asset for so much and that will be the end. So that's what I'm saying. If you give it out, just give it out, don't make a dime on it. Maybe the word is concession. But let's say we are not in concession. You say, okay, take is a dash. Manage it well. Those things that you benefit, the tax it will pay going forward, because it's not properly managed. The number of people that were employed that will also pay tax, and the service that will be rendered to the public. If it's a hotel, I need a hall, it's properly managed. Rather than moving events to South Africa or neighboring countries, the events will be held here. People will supply drinks, supply food. That will be ushers and all that. All that brings money into the economy. I still think part of the plans going forward is to privatize NNPC Limited. Because in the course of the PIB that now became PIA, we had mentioned, look at Saudi Aramco. They sold only, is it 5% shares? And look at, they became the biggest company in the world as at that time. And if you remember, the then Minister of State Petroleum, Ibe Kachuku, had said in 2017 that they were going to go public. He started having problems after making that statement. The biggest problem NNPC has is the government. Now you say it's NNPC Limited. Can you tell me that the group CEO can make decisions without recourse to Aso Villa? And unfortunately now, the president is the Minister of Petroleum. Because if it's truly limited, if it's a limited liability company, you don't have to be running to the president to make decisions. You make decisions in the best interest of the company. But that's not the case today. We have to stop seeing NNPC as our common patrimony. That must stop. It should be a business venture that should be properly managed for the benefit of the whole country. So that is why ordinarily I will support the outright sale. Because there are so many other places where we can make money as a nation. And this idea of coming cap in hand to beg for money from the federal should stop. That's why some of us are strongly in support of true federalism or devolution of power. There's no part of this country that is not blessed, but it's just proper management. So for once, the governors need to sit on their butt in their states and manage their states well.
We should also ask, do we have productive civil servants who go to work, who earn the salary, even the little they are being paid? The government needs to look at, if we must fight corruption, and very seriously, apart from looking at the wages being paid to them, which is meager, which if you look at the per capita,
This is still Signature Morning on Signature TV. Like I always like to remind us, don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at Signature TV Officials on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And on YouTube, you just go and subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's at Signature TV. That was a bout of global news that we got from Charles Pius some minutes ago, and it was a whole lot, packed in one. We're still moving on. We have a whole lot lined up today for your viewing and listening pleasure. Today I think we're going to go straight with the newspaper headlines. And for the newspaper headlines, okay, like I said, we're going to go with the newspaper headlines. But before we do that, we just go for a short break. We'll be right back. You need to know some things about the weather. You also need to know some African proverbs. Those are necessary. So let's go for it, and we'll be right back.
They were successful because of the system they were operating. The system encouraged competition, healthy competition, not destructive competition. Then the military came to do a little bit of history. The military came and unified the whole nation into what I see as a foolish unification. And then that foolish unification led to the killing of this competition. You remember there was a granite pyramid in the north, there was cocoa production in the west, there were palm trees production in the east, and the likes of Okpara, as you have mentioned, were encouraging this systemic farming, and they were boosting productions. When the military came, they said all our federation account is now centralized. Then we now rendered our people into parasitic beings who are waiting on the government to bring the largesse from the headquarters before they could move forward. And by so doing, they killed agriculture, they killed education, they killed initiatives. Industries were killed. I was in Kano only a few weeks ago because I was on NUC delegation to Kano to take a look at 1, 2, 3 universities, and we discovered Kano was a place I was visiting as a student of ABU, and at that time they didn't have less than 35 industries. You go to Kano now, the industries have been killed. You don't have even up to 5 industries. That's the danger of rendering nations into parasitic beings that are indolently or parasitically waiting for largesse from the headquarters. That's why many people are talking of fiscal federalism. Fiscal federalism in which you are not breeding states that are parasites, states that are not contributing anything to the national coffer. Are you getting it? They're not as indolent as we were made to believe in those days. Were hardworking. Agri products were coming from the north. You get it. Granite pyramid was coming from the north. But now you have these black bag carrying contractors walking all over the place with nothing in their head, deceiving government and allowing government to be deceived for the system to be killed. That's what we are having now. And there's no initiative. If there is a competitive synergy for initiative generation, all the states in the federation must bring to the table their internally generated revenue to survive. But now, are they doing that? No. They are waiting on federal government to bring what is called, monthly allocations to be shared. And the federal government is not helping matters. You are giving millions or billions to states, but you are not helping, you are not asking them to account for these states. It is a skewed constitution to promote corruption. That constitution is not it. We discard the constitution and start afresh. If not, you will sink and sink until we have no nation anymore. That's where we are going. If you have people of like mind in your cabinet, it's like when you plant bananas, you reap monkeys. People of like minds, kowtowing to the puhu of leadership. How can you get progress? That's what happened in Buhari's regime. But when you are building a government of inclusiveness, you bring Igbos, you bring Yorubas, you bring we have over 250 ethnic nationalities in the nation. You are bringing these over 250 brains. But when you go to your own state, you now cook out only members of your religion and your tribe. It's planting bananas. You reap monkeys.
It's still Signature Morning. It's most amazing to hear when people have to say it in their own words and what they feel, their reaction towards some incidents or some happenings in the country or in any nation. And that was educating enough. Now diving straight into our newspaper headlines and review. We'll start with the headlines. And for the newspaper headlines, the first newspaper we have is the Daily Times, with a screeching headline: "Why we raided second floor of NLC complex, police." With the rider, say raid unconnected to recent #End Bad Governance nationwide protest. Police to sustain protection of rights, promotion of youth welfare, IGP. And that will be seen on page 2 of the Daily Times.
I'm wondering why they actually did not say this from the beginning. Why did NLC have to go back and forth, blaming it on the police, on the DSS? DSS had to come out and say they're not the ones.
Yes.
And now we're out again. Why didn't you just say, like we did this like on a Sunday, on the very day that you did this raid? Release a statement stating why you did that. Sometimes it's just a lot of things that are hidden around stuff. And then you see a totally different statement that practically takes you away from the real issues.
Basically, some speculations have it that sometimes they make to strike this deal with the people, make them to come to a consensus, please. In case people ask you, tell them it wasn't us, it was just this and all that. But hey, this is Nigeria.
Still on the Daily Times, 2024 WASE, WAEC withholds 267 results over alleged malpractice. Whenever I see this withholding, one thing, strikes me is maybe these people had a very, very, very good result, And so, because Wase couldn't fathom how come you'd have all 99.9% of your results, and then they tend to say, well, maybe there's some malpractice here, they need to check it out. Maybe not.
Okay, and on page 9, relief as federal government pays 45 months minimum wage arrears to NIMET staff.
National Housing Program, federal government gives allottees 8 weeks to complete payment.
Immigration launches investigation into viral passport, tearing incident at Lagos airport.
That video trended online yesterday and the day before, and it's just all over the place. For the very first time, I actually was educated by the fact that if you destroy Nigerian international passports, it's actually a 10-year jail term.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I was thinking it was one of those things that you can do. I don't know, because I mean, you bought it with your money anyway. So
no, but it shows it goes a long way to increase the value on Nigeria and Nigerian passports. You know, so it's not something to be trifled with. You just trash anyhow. So they should also step up in case you drop your passport anyhow or trash it. Be warned, you might be going to jail. So,
okay.
And on page 2, it says, I'm impressed with level of synergy among services, says CDS.
All right, that's all on the Daily Times. We're moving over to the Daily Trust newspaper. On the Daily Trust this morning, quite a mouthful. It's a whole lot there. Let's see if we can grab something out of it. On the Daily Trust, floods kill 7 in Jigawa, Kepi, with the rider submerged roads, farmlands, displays hundreds in Bauchi and Yobe states.
That's one.
Flood is everywhere, frankly.
It is.
Flood is everywhere. I mean, the other day we were reporting the one in Aninri, in ENUGU.
Yes.
And I'm just really shocked that there's little or nothing the government is doing to alleviate the poverty of the people in that area.
It helps. God help us. And on page 25, police trailed Sudan crisis mastermind to Labour House.
Yakasai Yadudu cautioned Tinubu on new constitution. Ohaneze MBF back move.
Okay, this is interesting. On page 31 of the Daily Trust, probe 9 billion naira Olympics funding. Stakeholders tell Tinubu. And just yesterday we talked about the fact that we might spend as much money is spent on the Olympic as the probing. I hope this time we just probe. You know, there's no hassles to them, just probe.
Let's even be sure that the amount that was approved from the presidency is the same amount that was credited to the sports ministry.
That's the point. That's because people might be like, how much did you give me? You know, you said you gave me $1 billion naira, but hey, all I got was a stipend of 5 million. You will be that shocked. Well, still on the Daily Trust. Okay. Gunmen killed 12 in Taraba, Zamfara, Niger, Kaduna.
Up there is gunmen, down here is unknown gunmen. Some other places bandits, some other places terrorists. You know, so just give names to these things. Police trailed Sudan crisis. Okay, masterminds to Labour House. I think you said that earlier. We're moving over to the Punch newspaper if we've got time for that. On the Punch this morning, federal governments reached 3 months agreement on local government allocations, with the rider government worried about 1990 era when local governments couldn't pay teachers and workers' salaries, says officials.
Tinubu unveils 30 hybrid CNG buses, and that's on page 19.
Well, let's hope that this is the first phase of releasing these buses, because Nigeria is not Abuja. So I was thinking that this phase would at least start from the states.
It's not just Abuja, yeah.
So let's cut it across. Release in Lagos, release in Anambra, release in Gombe. You know, just at least release up to 10 buses across board. And it's very, very, I mean, it's a good thing that we are using our local companies to create these things. Unison has been fingered as one of the persons who has produced these buses, and I so love it that we can expand our horizon. It's not a thing of capital flights, raising monies, the dollars that we don't have to buy cars from abroad. So hopefully that this expanded capacity of Innocent to produce more CNG buses and other people get investment into that sector and get us going.
Yeah, because as you did mention, owing to the fact that there are 36 states minus FCT, that's 37. That means if we have one bus distributed across every state, it's not going to go around. So I believe we need more, and that's more production for the indigenous Innocent, and that also has a way it promotes Nigeria in a way, so much so. And still on the headline, protest inflation top as Council of State meets today.
I always love the Council of States. You've seen past leaders. A while I saw Gowon, Goodluck Jonathan together in the table, so I'm going to see them today. So, marketers project 600 liters, 600 naira per liter for Dangote petrol.
Okay, Russian flag. Please move suspects to Abuja. Plan sedition charges.
Mohbad's family opposes late singer's anniversary events.
They've been having this back and forth about how he died, who killed him. Anyway, on page 20, revenue generating agencies failed to remit 4 trillion naira. That's FAAC.
All right. On this day newspaper this morning, alleged 5.4 billion naira shares, CBN, FBN Holdings ask courts to dismiss Barbican capital suits.
Okay. Tinubu inaugurates 30 CNG buses to ease transportation. Says 80% of fuel demand from commercial vehicles costs trillions of naira monthly. And DAPMAN, it's game changer for transport sector. NNPC Foundation supports initiative with 10 CNG buses.
All right. EU wants Elon Musk flowing plan Trump's interview on X.
Nigeria's oil output rose by 930,000 barrels in July, a major boost to forex inflow.
All right. We're done with this day newspaper. On The Guardian this morning, federal government may miss 2025 targets as 136 million Nigerians lack internet access.
Okay. Nigeria-bound vessels pay $620 million war risk insurance premium.
Tinubu rolls out locally made CNG buses to ease transportation.
Shuaibu resumes as Edo State Deputy Governor.
Apparently, we have 2 deputy governors right now. I really don't know who the deputy governor is. Since the restatement of Shuaibu,
yes,
it does look like there is some sort of confusion because while he was impeached, another person replaced him almost immediately. So I'm wondering.
So if he resumes, that means the other person takes a back seat.
Absolutely.
Okay. Still moving on with The Guardian. On page 8, NYSC invalidates certificates of 101 UNICAL graduates.
Invalidates them. I think it's got to do with something that has to do with admission. When you don't check your admission, they allow you go through the whole hog. But it still beats me why you would allow somebody who has got false allegations or false admissions into a school, stay first year, second year, third year, fourth year, and then at the point where they are graduating, you are telling them that the admission was faulty. I'm wondering why. Why would it take you up to that moment, to tell them that the admission was faulty?
Oh, this is Nigeria. Court throws out application to bar Nigerians from further protest against hunger. Are you... Okay, that's part of it.
Labour vows to picket states on failure to implement new minimum wage.
And on Vanguard, moving over to Vanguard, distress as harsh economy forces shutdown of over 50 firms, 80% others in lower capacity utilization, over 100,000 employees thrown into job market. Labour begs federal government to intervene.
Still on the Vanguard, Tinubu commissions 30 hybrid CNG buses.
Alleged 5.4 billion shares. CBN, FBN Holdings asked court to dismiss Barbican capital suit, with the rider cite inability of plaintiff to provide necessary documents to substantiate its shareholding.
Southeast monarchs, clergy decry ethnic profiling of Igbos. That's on page 9 of the Vanguard.
Catholic bishops to federal government save Nigerians from multi-dimensional poverty. This poverty we're talking about is not coming in one way. It has several ways it's attacking Nigeria.
It is indeed. Tribal resumes as Edo deputy governor.
We will engage market leaders to check exploitative pricing. FCCPC boss.
All right. That's all on the Vanguard this morning. We're headed over to the review. Mr. Maduka Chris joins us. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, Chama.
Good morning.
Yes.
The CNG buses are back, and it looks like it's a welcome development. But then again, you would ask, isn't this putting is it the horse now before the cat, like they say, or the cat before the horse? Which one is it?
It's actually the cat before the, or it depends. It depends on how we're looking at it.
The beautiful country we have, a lot of development that where you cannot beat them, you rather join them, and where you can get so much stressed up, you laugh.
No, but is this actually
let me say,
from a bad
let's
light?
Let's not put it as if federal government. It takes people who have sacrificed and have given thought to this project, and they've declared that CMT buses might help transport sector. Wonderful idea. And it's on good light. NNPC even, first of all, supports the federal government with 10 CNG buses. I said, we are supporting this project with 10 CNG buses. But then the question is, you don't, pardon us if you always think this way. If the people, LNG, natural, liquefied natural gas industry of Nigeria, if what happens, they deny the refineries raw materials. What if you roll out the buses and one day they say, we're not giving you supply gas. We all get rounded up. So these are what makes Nigerians, even when you come up with good projects, there's that scene, what has happened in the past has shown us that this good project, Nigeria is good at generating beautiful ideas that if we follow them strictly, we will move faster.
But there should be measures to checkmate. Like what you said is a concern, and for some people it could be an easy concern. To checkmate
CNG
LNG,
buses,
not to say, okay, we're not going to give you supply.
You don't say what until you get there. You won't know. But what has happened is giving us costs to start thinking that way. Of course, if Nigeria have LNG as one of the highest producing LNG, around this place, and we're exporting even gas. What happened at the point where they say we're not giving you, and we have to import gas that the CNG buses we use in Nigeria? So it means another way of robbing Peter to pay Paul, because we have crude oil in Nigeria.
But gas is already deregulated.
We have crude oil in Nigeria. We're supposed to use it, refine it, use it here, give the rest or export the rest to the world. But it's not happening. And this particular industry, oil and gas, is littered with sleaze and graft. So somebody somewhere has seen it. If the people who are, why is NNPC? Why are they not rushing to give crude oil to our refineries when they did in Nigeria? And they are jumping to CNG buses, compressed natural gas, using buses. And let's develop along the side. Let's not tilt to one side, because if we put all our eggs in one basket, there's likelihood that somebody gets up Sunday and hold up to ransom. And that's the kind of thing that we will have the reason anytime we think about oil and gas in Nigeria. A former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, most respected, said they are even regretting that they put all our eggs in one basket, thinking about oil and gas as the only bloodline for Nigeria. And then somebody will know where your air is coming, where you breathe from, and you go there and tighten it every day. International community, Yesterday, we almost like want to discuss and call people to talk about when they say, and we read in the headlines, that international community, that is what is all impeding international, all those international organizations and whatever they call themselves, are impeding Nigeria growth of oil and gas sector. And you think when you start with CND buses, they will not still do something to crumble it? That's why let's get to the drawing board and tighten out these loose ends so that when we come out with, because they are not people who are selling all these Tokumbo things to us. All used vehicles in the world find themselves here. No matter the brand, no matter the make, come to Nigeria, you find them. Some of them, after using them, the first that you cannot even find spare parts for them again. But they're just moved in there. You think they will sit down and see you not patronizing them again when you're starting to use CNG buses, and even locally generated, even the assembled local assembly bus vehicle assembly plants are trying to configure CNG buses, and they see you as a country with 200 million Nigerians, even if you're doing it for only your population, that you go far. So they won't sit down and fold their hands. There's a capitalist economy, is a breakneck competition level atmosphere.
But again, you wouldn't blame these people. I keep saying
no,
that.
We are not, I'm not blaming them. I'm saying, do we realize that we don't have anybody to blame? That's all. If we realize that we have to fight and fulfill our destiny, that we as a country need to understand that nobody loves us more than we love ourselves, then we begin to strengthen this, because we know they will come. Nobody expects there to be a tea party. If in my country, if I'm not from Nigeria, for instance, and I find that when you develop this, it's going to affect all the industries in my place. But the fact is that you still wonder whether after 64 years, our leaders are thinking like I'm talking now. It might be easy for me to say, I've not been at that high level where the view is clear, I see everything from there. But we at the lower cadre of the society are saying, when did they consider us for once, what these opinions tried?
It's painful, really. I mean, even Dangote is still crying. Even after he cried the first time, the president have said, go ahead and supply him with crude in Naira, and still, there's still an issue. Yeah. And there's another department that is still saying, that they have issues with supply to him. He's claiming that the ministry is saying that the federal
government would have asked NNPC, say, please, hold on these 10 buses you are donating. We're experimenting with 30. Go and fulfill the order I gave you. Supply crude to Nigeria.
He's the Minister for Petroleum.
I'm talking about, he sits down there and takes, he's overseeing the whole line of activities in the industry, upstream, downstream, middle stream, or even streams that do not exist. He sees all. So we are not going to go sit down and start pitying him. Oh, sorry, you are seeing too much. Start doing certain things we can see. Then try it. In the industry, we operate media. If you have an idea, I'm the director, for instance, you have an idea, and I try mine. He says, it's not working. I say, okay, can you try mine? If I try as it works, say, kudos, Charles, we are moving together, we're a team.
See, beyond, as in, like you said something about the fact that the president sees from up above, so he sees everything. Isn't it about time that would bring out measures beyond, where even if you are the one as a president who is faulty, you bring yourself to book, and every other person becomes accountable? Because the reason why this lapses is beyond lapses now. There are slacks are happening is because nobody is accountable and nobody is held accountable. You hear that someone is being reprimanded in court. The next thing, there's supposed to be some other things that will follow, but you don't see that.
Did you say to president to hold himself accountable?
That's if he faults, if he is at fault in anything, that is how. For instance, if I am going to lead by example, and I'm supposed to drop this cup here, and I dropped it here, I'm supposed to first punish myself for it,
like,
so that when
yourself too.
Yes, maybe not jail. Don't see. Maybe not jail, because at the time you're jailing, there is someone that will.
Don't mind, Charles. We understand what you're trying to say.
So my point, isn't it time for everyone to be held accountable? Because all of them are under the president.
That's when we say. The The former vice president of Nigeria, the lawyer, the senior advocate of Nigeria, what's his name again?
Former vice president?
Yeah.
Okay, that's Osibanjo.
Osibanjo.
Yemi Osibanjo.
Wonderful gentleman. My worry with what he said is after he left office that he now realized that people are not punished. But he was there with his principal for a long time. They wouldn't see them punishing people who are... Now, for once, get somebody. Now we are talking about, for a long time, we are running around issues. Dangote will go to the press, NNPC will go to the press, and somebody has a minister, if he's in other countries, will say, it's like he's not working out, he'll resign.
Mr. Maduka,
He will resign. You know, you wait for somebody to say, because if you're waiting for somebody to say, I sack you, he's not telling good, but in more decent society, they say, if my idea is not working, I have to pull out. And with honor, you pull out and somebody else comes to try.
Why is it when they are not on seat? You said about the former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, saying regretting why they put all their eggs in one basket. I remember a long time ago, whilst we were still kids, maybe not that much of a kid, but he was still, he was the president. And Nigeria's oil, everything about Nigeria was just about oil. And people kept saying, even I remember one of our teachers said, Nigeria needs to go into agriculture. We have other things, and we're focused on...
his word against us, because Obasanjo doing his own time, have Operation Feed the Nation, OFN. He even had his own farm, Ota, in Ota, which bears the same Obasanjo farms, which is somebody said is Operation Feed the Nation, and it was Obasanjo farms, and he had very mighty chain of farm that brings out a lot of things, but one tree cannot make a forest, they say. Obasanjo tried to lead by example when he was there. But what we are saying is, Reuben Abati, after he left the Aso Rock as senior special assistant in media to the president, and said that it was a point he said that you pray for everybody who is in Aso Rock, that the place is bewitched. That when you get in there, you hardly think again like a normal human being. I begin to see it. So let them think as human beings before they get there. Hand us over the blueprint so that we will remind you that it's like when you get there, you forgot everything they've told us even during campaign.
The place is so conducive.
Nobody is talking about all the campaign promises again. And when even we talk about campaign promises, in fact, they are generating more issues that we use to campaign in the next 4 years. So somebody gets in there, from the what go, he's creating rooms of what he's going to use to campaign. Okay, for instance, assuming somebody comes in and start promising us that if I get in there as the next president of Nigeria, I will remove oil subsidy. It's not playing on the minds of people. Or I will make sure the oil industry works well. I will supply crude I will maintain refineries, all those kind of things. These are some things that they say what you tell a woman when the lights are out. So that you have your way, and when everybody wakes up, you're like, did I say such? You start bold up and now look at their eyes. Choma is laughing. It's like she is good.
No,
she has had something like this before. Somebody has done it to you before, where you wake up and it's like, but you promised last night that you were going to love me forever. Take me on a holiday to Paris. Did I say that? You woman, I think you drink too much. But when the lights are out again, you begin to say, don't worry. I hope this is not what they're doing to us. Yes, I am a father, a married husband to one wife.
Absolutely.
And I know how we do marketing also to... you need to have such skills.
Form of marketing.
You need to continuously market and London do public relations.
So are we now saying that this is the life that we should be living?
What do you want me to link? I'm linking what is happening in Nigeria to that, which is not supposed to be, because it's not one day. Why do we have a high rate of divorce in Nigeria? A wife can take this kind of thing the first time, he said, probably. The second time, when he continues for a long time, he said, well, I don't do again. And that's why the person... So Nigerians can decide, and there's some of them who are jackpot the way to other countries and said, don't worry, don't be our president again, don't be our minister, go and try another country. Some of them have shown it very clearly with the last Olympics. And the number of Nigerians who compete against Nigerians keep rising at foreign competitions. So they're making mark. So I am a Nigerian, but I'm proud to stand against Nigeria for Germany and win medals, which you have spent 12 billion naira, you know, we want, but with little euro, on this side. So imagine the little things. We think 12 billion naira with what is happening in this country. Spend 50 billion. Nigeria will not win one single, won't pick gravel anywhere. But when things are going well and people have patriotism and they have a hope that even when I die competing for Nigeria, that my children will have, my family will that my name will go into history as some of the people who have helped. So you sacrifice for nothing. The labors of our heroes has gone to nothing. After 64 years, there's nothing we can hold on strongly and proudly. Everything is degenerating. We make one step forward, 31 backwards. And that's because we are not saying the truth. We are not being sincere. There may be some moves by President Bola Tinubu to try to clear it. But the same country, you ask yourself, are we moving as one?
Right,
Are Nigerians moving?
It's because of time. We'll have to move from there.
Yeah.
WAEC has withheld more than 215 results because of malpractices. Unprecedented.
And it happens 215. Is it that number 215? Is it 215,000? 267 results for alleged malpractice. I'm surprised anyway because of the newspaper that published it. They're trying to play safe. The WAEC, what did the WAEC say? They alleged. They would have proven because they have to put the knife and the yam to prove who. The same WAEC, and we have found in Nigeria that we're doing exams, people go on the net and source questions.
Same question.
Who is leaking it?
Right.
And they will come back, young innocent Nigerians who are below the age of 12 and 13, all those coming out to see for WAEC, you are teaching that Nigeria is happening on them. And they say West Africa, but they have their headquarters in Nigeria. So Nigeria happened to WAEC, WAEC will happen to young Nigerians, and it will be a circle of doom. Imagine a young growing who has scored the very result. If it's not their fault, let them go and sort them out. Why are they having it on children? The children who is it them that generated their alleged malpractice? Who aided them? Are the children supervising the exams? Are they the invigilators?
But sometimes, you know, these students and parents connive and they have this special centers that they go to.
Get the parents of the children. Get the parents of the children who did this. Take them to court. If they find that they connive with their parents, let go to jail. Get the WAEC examiners who set exams and keep the library of exam questions. If for instance, you ask me, how do you make this mark? I saw the question before time, and it's me that set it. And when you give me the official exam paper, it's the same result. And I'm punishing you. Something is wrong. Let us be very frank. I'm not supporting exam malpractice. But if I go to exam and somehow I got the result, maybe in a search, because Nigeria, you help things along to work. Nothing works if you allow it. So you help it along. So as the exam is coming, I'm doing research to pass my exams, and I stumble on a question, and I study it, and the later I come out and I find out they are real. And then when I write it well and pass, you hold me responsible.
Well,
you punish me?
Whilst we're still...
Or did that the parents buy, or did they go to juju? Because the question they are sitting for, they are scoring high marks and they are reading, is coming from WAEC. Unless WAEC said, not be we now, which, now another fake WAEC said this question and you got it. I don't know why WAEC left you, what is their problem and they're fighting people. If you tighten and find a way of tightening this thing, there will, you know, people who go and get...
I think like you said, you know, Nigeria happened to WAEC. WAEC is happening to the kids because WAEC is not just Nigeria, it's West Africa. It's cut across all West African states. Well, for that, I don't think we can exhaust it. But there is a headline that is caught our attention on ENUGU government. The fact that Shuaibu is back as the deputy governor, and there was a governor before now, as in someone acting as a governor. And something I think, I don't know if we missed it on Nigerian Tribune, that says, ENUGU government, Shuaibu fight gets messier. So that means, is there a possibility that there are two sitting deputy governors?
They are just rewriting the history, because that Nigeria has gone into Guinness Book of Records as where you have two deputy governors, two House of Assembly, two emirs. Nigeria has taught that in the Guinness Book of Records. This is the only country where such has happened. What they are trying to do is to rewrite the books. It's been over 1 month that Shuaibu court to declare him and say he's free to come back as deputy governor. So I'm surprised that we're still talking about it this morning, that he's just coming back. And the man has because already sitting deputy governor, who after Shuaibu left as here, I don't know how they're going to do that. Anyway, there's no time fighting dirty, because the elections, the election, is it yet on or over? I think they have
September 21st.
So we're talking about days. In a matter of days, the whole positions will be declared vacant, and then if they will re-election.
There's even one election that I wanted you to talk about. It was in the news today about the Anambra State election, announcing the date for elections, for local government elections, September 28th. I was surprised at that particular news, because the last time Anambra State had a local government election was as far back as 2013.
Yes.
And it's stunning. I don't know whether I'm happy or excited or a little bit mixed.
Well, the people that know, if the people, the southeast states, are trying to play to the rules, so that nobody will fault them. For the Anambra State, we said is a Apuga, Apuga State, and it's one of those. I think it's the only Apuga state in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
So if things come around there and they are the first to set the record straight, it also helps their position there. Because within Anambra State, we have had cases of civil liberty organizations and other people, activists, firing that Soludo should organize local government election. So it's like Soludo has been pushed to the point where it's like, I love killing Americans for fun. Now they've been given $1 to do so. So he is hastening the process to clear his hand that he's playing safe and sound, because he needs the second tenure in office, evidently. Just like every other governor. It's not his own monopoly. But he has to do all he has to do to carry the people along, because the cry continues, and people will now say, the Supreme Court has given the order for autonomy, and there's order that we have this, and then we have been pushing within. What reason are you going to give us now? So that's why he quickened and went to be the space setter in having first local government election organized. Since 2013, you say?
Yes. Since 2013. I mean, it's stunning. More than 11 years.
Yeah, more than 11 years. And we now have, and you wonder how the states have managed to go on and on and on.
Caretaker committees.
Without. So it pays to get caretaker committees, because he who pays the piper.
And on the
and
punch,
that's how he has worked.
On the punch, we saw marketers project 600 naira per litre for Dangote petrol.
Why are they already rushing to predict? Why they not allow the man giving the raw materials to produce and supply? Because this one they're rushing now, everybody will mind we fix it. What if it comes to 200 naira? Is it? And if it's my people, they will say, will it be an abomination? Because if the man, because he want to say, somebody who has a small refinery like that is state of the art, when there's none working in Nigeria, if he produce at good price, nothing stop him from selling 100 naira. Why are the marketers rushing to sell? They've not rushed to ask the federal government to give in diesel, crude oil. Why are they rushing to give us 600 naira? I see a lot of deception. They will not just play with us. Leave Dangote alone. If you don't want to give in crude oil to produce refined fuel in Nigeria, go on with that fight. But when he finishes, don't rush to set prices for him. Let the market regulate. Because I see from where Dangote is going that if he, instead of all this foreign buying fuel at foreign price, the federal government said give him at local price, money. I see a lot of light at the end of the tunnel that if modular refineries and local refineries begin to operate, that fuel will come back almost to 200 or something. So let the marketers not even, they're afraid already.
Is it possible they are projecting this so that, because they are marketers, they are projecting this so that the fuel they already have, they will be able to say, because if you reduce his
why are they using
100 naira,
some of them
would, it's,
some of them
will be way off the demand. They won't actually have
some of the marketers are importing fuel at even cheaper price depending on their source.
Yes.
And they deregulated Nigeria, but all of them will bring it in and sell to us at 1,000 on average. So why are they doing this? Why are they not going to set price for? You go and kill fly on somebody's leg and go to your own to screech. It's deception. Let them leave Dangote to produce his fuel, refine his fuel, sell, bring at the price it works well for him. And then things will begin to work. If they are sincere about market regulating. At that time, they will import. Because this is the same market as who are on federal government and they are fighting this, removing the subsidy and all. They are mega cabal that are controlling this. So let them live, unless they inaugurate Dangote into their cabal, and then are they using this as there's an initiation process they put? Otherwise, let them leave Dangote alone. That's my contribution on this. Let them not quickly rush to set price. We're asking, what if Dangote finish producing and sell at 200? Will they die if Dangote sell at 200 now? So why rushing to put 600? I mean, it's putting the cat. You guys were arguing, is it cat before the horse or horse before the cat? And Nigerians will get you confused that in Nigeria you start surprising. Is it cat, horse? Before you now realize you're hungry and the hardship, so you get confused more. So let us just think that Nigerians, let them not take us for granted. Marketers, leave Dangote alone. Ask the government to give in crude oil. Leave at what price it sells to us. If he finishes and sell at a high price, we'll buy if we want to buy. And most people now trick. So if you can't put fuel in your car, you trick. But the problem is, now links to one fact, that even if you get too hard, the hunger is too much and hardship is too much, you say, I don't want to be a Nigerian, you tear a passport.
You go to jail.
But that man who did that, showing it to the whole world, it's totally wrong. If I don't want to be a Nigerian again, it's a choice with me and my bedroom. I tear the things and tweet in my toilet, and then japa. I'll find a way of japa.
But then again, I think we should actually cut the person some slack. Yes, it's very unpatriotic.
No, it's quite unpatriotic.
You don't take Nigeria but you don't know the measure of how he's been dealt with.
Well,
a lot of people don't have the mind
if you lose your head while others are losing, they don't have any excuse.
No, there's the circumstances around the story, because it was at the airport it happened. A wife and a husband was coming back from Europe. They had 3 kids. Right at the airport, she told the man, she collected the man's husband's passport and tore it. And so later on, she was now answering questions on why she tore the passport. And, she was just saying that she has gone through a lot. She didn't say specifically what the problem is, but she said she's gone through a lot, that people should go to her Facebook page to see what the things that she has gone through, that somebody wants to remove her from her marriage, the things that she has suffered with this husband, somebody wants to come and take it all over, and that people should go to her Facebook and see the things.
Does she have her own passport? Which of the passport does put on? That is
she was bought her husband's passport.
Why tearing?
Because she doesn't want her husband to go back to Europe.
And you've inferred that once you tear the passport and tear it in the public, husband and wife quarrel in their bedroom. You should have taken if you had managed to follow the man back to Nigeria, you managed to follow the man back to the village and to the bedroom, and you now decide there. Because now you have put yourself in trouble. And then somebody, they want to roast you. They want to set fire on you. You use kerosene. Because everybody there is looking for something to present the image of Nigeria. But then anything that will take it even further to the gutters they will defend it. People who are paid to do that will defend it. If you want to tear your passport, go to your bedroom, do it. Don't come to the airport, Nigerian airport, to do it. What marker? Because a lot of international people will see it, and it's like it's gotten to this level. We want you to use you as an example of people who have gotten so detested that they even go to their international airports to tear their passport. A lot of people in Europe and other countries don't like their country. But when they don't like it, it's a personal business to find a way of...
You can't say that nobody has done that elsewhere in another country. It's possible that several people do it for different reasons.
But you do it, I'm saying the manner you did it, the manner they do it.
People over there, they do much more, and because they don't care whose ox is God. It's for them, they believe it's their... But either way, that wasn't handled properly. There are other ways to handle it. It's not about if a man wants to walk away from you. Hey, they say there are so many fish.
This girl has very hard heart. If a man walks away from you, just
no. I mean, no. You don't wish it away. But how long can you cry? Maybe she felt that that's the only opportunity she has to lay hands.
She used
or
mallet,
she loves the man too much.
Monday hammer to kill a fly. And
or maybe that's what I'm saying. She wants to keep the man for herself. But
there are different
ways. A man is not meant for anybody. A man is not meant to be a property you put in your pocket.
For God.
A man is not meant for a woman to. A man is meant to marry the wife of his dream, live a good life. It's not supposed to be a woman we find a way or find a purse and put you there and zip it.
I try not to get into it because either way, I think it works for both parties. You know, we are all meant to coexist, to accompany each other.
Immigration has not been in the news for a long time, and somebody, because you are miffed, which is supposed to be a private thing. You go to the Nigerian International Airport to start hearing passport. Why the immigration people? And they basically have done it not at the waiting room. You have done it where the immigration people saw it and you tried to explain to them. You come and answer more.
They've invited her actually to come and answer questions about the.
Let's wait for the outcome of the answer.
I think for her we should just let it be.
Somebody said we say yesterday don't call for probe of 9 million, and they keep changing the figure from 12 million to 9 million. Please don't probe, because it's using mallet to kill flies. And like I said, if we use 9 million to carve the teeth, how much are we getting when we laugh? So don't worry about that. But then flood kills 7 in Jigawa, and the incident of flooding has come up again. And we said, reminding us, how many times we flood, like mushroom kill your parents before you begin to make provisions? Did they take these people by surprise? Is it that they were sleeping and suddenly their place were flooded? Or NIMET, they follow NIMET warning? And Nigerian, what they call meteorological. Is it that they didn't know, they didn't predict the weather, that the flood will come, and then the 7 people in Jagawa were sleeping in their bedroom, and the flood drowned them up, and whatever is the case, it shows that when we are still hearing this kind of story in Nigeria, now we were adding it up to a lot of things we are going to.
Right.
Remember, a woman went to see a native doctor. Before the woman will sit down for the native doctor to do the juju, some air went out of the woman's, like she farted. And the native doctor said, what is that? What's the meaning of that? He said, native doctor, Babalawo, this is part of why I came. The problem of not controlling anything, like my husband doesn't love me, and I have this, and even when not controlling my under, is part of why I came. So this is part of what President Tinubu should look into. Flooding, people will be warned. Probably they don't find a good place where you say you will relocate them, and they will be taken and they go. And we're counting figures. Another 7. The other one is 12. Killed, government killed 12. These are figures every day. We count figures. It looks like we're counting figures of ants and cockroaches. It doesn't make sense again that there are Nigerians that are dying this way.
If we read that, it said relief as federal government pays 45 months minimum wage arrears to NIMET staff. It didn't say how many, if anybody.
No, she's talking about another one. The
flooding. The NIMET people are doing their job. They won. They always come out with one. But then the idea is 45 months. That's wonderful. And they're still working there, because I've been working for somebody who was owing me salaries for 2 years. I was still doing there because of the passion of job. So then my return one day, he said, Chris, I'm owing you for too long, you're still working here. Something is wrong. If you are not robbing me, then I am robbing you. So for people in NIMET to work for 45 months with salary arrears, and they are still there predicting flood and natural emergencies for Nigeria, something is wrong. Something is wrong. For them now, which one is government work?
Maybe they weren't really even working.
You mean? No, okay, but we have been hearing about their predictions, meaning they are working.
How many predicts? How many predicts the weather?
What does it cost? It costs somebody to operate the machine that gives you a lot of things to happen. Somebody has to be there working 24 hours, and they work on shift. And they transfer themselves to NIMET offices, wherever they are, and across the states in Nigeria. And you owe them 45 months. And we are proud to put it in the news, and you expect, of course, they'll be happy. But if I were somebody there, I get this money, I better resign.
Right.
With that, it's enough for us to go. Somebody they've held it for too long for you in service. You go and better use it to start running a local babalawo, when you predict weather.
Chris, we have to leave it there.
In your village.
We have to leave it here because of time.
Thank you,
All right.
Charles. Thank you.
We're back shortly after this short break for our first discourse of the morning. To stay with us, this is Signature Morning. Welcome back. You're watching Signature Morning on Signature Television. Remember, you can join us on our platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, to catch up on what the things that we do online. We're live on YouTube right now. Subscribe to it if you can. Hopefully, it would expand to other platforms. Many thanks for joining us. So we are switching gears to talk insurance. And we're talking about the insurance business in Nigeria. So we have an expert to talk to us about it. He's an insurance and risk management expert. His name is Mr. Chijoke Nwafo. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You look well insured.
Yes, I am. I am insured. Thank you very much for that. Thanks.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Well, wait, is this how insurance looks? Because if insurance is to be given a person, is this insurance?
Well, it depends on what you mean by this is insurance.
Well, yeah, you look well insured, really.
Well, I think I'm well insured.
But then again, do you look? Does insurance look good as it is with the business of insurance in Nigeria?
Well, every player in an economy, the size and performance actually is a reflection of the entire economy. Understand? If people are doing well, there are so many factories, so many, insurance will boom. Understand? So, insurance is performing as well as the economy at the same pace at which the economy is moving.
One basic component of insurance everywhere is trust.
Sure.
Do you think that the Nigerian people still trust insurance business in Nigeria?
The trust level, I don't think the Nigerian people believe in insurance maybe because of the past experience in the early the 60s, in the 70s. The early practitioners actually rely so much on those small prints that frustrate policyholders. But in recent times, insurance is, you can trust insurance with everything you have. You can. The trust is restored fully as at now.
What was it in the past, and what happened to the point that people now start thinking they can trust the insurance system, and what has insurance companies done in order to, help with the trust levels?
First of all, before now, we used to experience these small prints. You see insurance policies. Very, very frustrating to read. By the time you look at it, just push it away. And insurance companies then do hide most of the serious conditions in those small prints. But as insurance develop in this country, we now realize that, okay, this could be the reason why people don't take this in. Let us make this thing more user-friendly, okay? So we discarded those small prints, made it so bold and so, reader-friendly that people can now trust. And apart from the prints also, the ability to pay claims. Insurance companies pay claims heavily. I can assure you that even all the NSAS issue had in Lagos, okay, all those losses, at least majority, all the insured losses during the NSAS were all taken care of by the insurance industry. I'm sure you're hearing that for the first time.
I'm hearing that for the first time.
But I'm telling you, but actually that was happening.
That's for those that are insured.
Definitely. Now you can't reap from where you did not sow. Okay, you must insure before you can actually benefit from it. If you don't have a policy, you can't file a claim whenever you have a loss.
Okay, we understand that there are several principles of insurance.
Definitely.
We know of insurable interest, utmost good faith, what's it called, proximate cause, the likes of indemnity, subrogation.
And contribution.
Thank you. So can you throw more light, even the loss of minimization? So
first, insurance is based on those principles. Why do we need insurable interest? Insurable interest is that principle of insurance that ensures that you have a financial interest in the subject matter of insurance. I'll give you a very simple example. It is the only principle that distinguishes insurance from gambling. Okay? Mm-hmm. We know 140 bedded in ENUGU, UNTH those days, 140 bedded hospital ward in ENUGU, where you have all those critical illness people being admitted. At least every day or the other day, somebody must die from that ward. Let's assume there's no insurable interest, and I'm an investor. I can come there, insure all the 140 patients there against their life. Okay? So every morning I just wake up and just walk to the 140 bed and look at the first bed. Okay, the man is still alive. Look at, and anyone that is not there, I'll just go and file a claim. But insurable interest is that principle that restricts me from doing that. This cup does not belong to me. It belongs to Signature TV. I don't have the only interest I have here is to use it to maybe take my tea or take water and still leave it here. If it breaks here, I can only sympathize with you over the damage, but I don't have any pecuniary interest and financial interest with it. Mm-hmm. So that principle ensures that you can insure only those things that you have financial interest in. That's the job of that particular principle. Then the utmost good faith is that, every commercial contract is based on caveat emptor, buyer beware. Mm-hmm. Insurance contracts are based on uberema fidelis, which is utmost good faith. You must tell us the truth about the subject matter of insurance, because I'm coming to insure you, but I don't know anything about it. So I'm expecting you, I'm going to rate you, charge you premium based on information that I receive from you. And it is expected that you give me the true information, failing which the policy, I can repudiate a claim whenever I discover that you lied to me. So to make sure that there is a business of trust, which we raised earlier on, for you to trust me, I should also trust you. It's a two-way thing, okay? And that is why that principle is there. The next one is proximate cause. Proximate cause is that active and efficient cause that sets in motion a train of events that brings about a result without intervention of any force started and working actively from a new and independent source. What does that mean? The grammar is so heavy, but let me just break it down for you. If you take 5 textbooks and line them up like this and push the very first one, the first on the second to third, and the fifth one falls. If I ask you, why did this the fifth book fall? You would definitely agree that it is the push I gave to the first one. So is that active and efficient cause that brought about this result? Okay. Second scenario. If I said the same books and I pushed the first one, it fell on the second and I stopped it with my hand. The third, the fourth and the fifth still standing. Then I shook this table and they fall. What was the cause of that fifth one falling? It is the shake on the table, right? Now, we need that principle to tell us when the insurance will pay. What is that active cause that caused the loss? So that we don't pay for a cause that is for a loss that is caused by a remote cause. We only pay for the active cause, the peril that is active. You can insure your studio against fire. So the major thing we are covering is fire. So if somebody burgles this place, you don't have a claim because it did not cover burglary.
What if it's thunder?
Thunder is if you cover. See, in fire you can extend your policy to cover thunder, lightning, explosion, all those natural peril, social peril, peril of chemical nature. You can insure all those ones. But anything that is not covered in the policy will not be paid for. And the principle that helps us to identify that is the proximate cause. Also, you see, in insurance, there are, in contract generally, there are some contracts that must be evidenced in writing. You know, the trust deed and all that. Insurance happens to be one of the contracts that must be evidenced in writing. So, I cannot give you insurance by word of mouth. We must write it down. And that anything that is covered must be written down. Things that are not covered must be written down. Okay, that's one peculiar thing about insurance. Indemnity, being the next principle, is the only thing that will come to buy an insurance. Because at the end of it all, what is there for me? So, indemnity is putting you back in the same pecuniary position that you were before the loss. Okay? If this thing is insured and we break it and it is broken, so put it back, it's indemnity. There are 4 ways you can do that. You can repair, you can replace, you can reinstate, or you can pay cash. These are the 4 ways to do, you can indemnify someone. Then we have subrogation and contribution, which are corollary of indemnity. Corollary means that they are not standalone. They are attached to indemnity, which means you must have indemnified and you can rest on those. If I insure this, maybe your camera against damage, and it fell down against all risks, and I paid the claim, the remnant of that camera becomes my property.
The insurance
haven't paid you. That subject matter of insurance, the salvage, becomes my property because I've paid you. The principle that enables me to do that is subrogation. And again, if you use your car to hit his, and he's insured, and I pay him, I will come after you to recover whatever loss that you have caused my client. The principle that enables me to do that is subrogation.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
so the insurance company never loses.
Definitely they lose, because it's not in all cases that you see someone to subrogate on. There are some that are caused by nature that you cannot, you can't sue God, you understand. But insurance definitely will make sure that instead of putting you through that threat of going after the person, just come, I'll settle it because you're my client, and I'll now go after the person that caused that and see to what extent I can recover how much that I've expended on.
So does a car, say for instance a car, does the car belong now to the...
If for example the car is a write-off with insurance, anything that is above 60, because where the sum insured is above 60%, if the cost of repair is up to 60% and above of the value of the subject matter, you write it off, you understand? So if I write it off and decide to pay you the sum insured of that car, the salvage car belongs to me. I'll take it and see what I can salvage out of it to reduce my loss. That is subrogation. The contribution also is the principle that we use to make sure that you don't benefit more than the sum insured from insurance company.
How so?
You cannot take one car and insure with 10 companies and expect to go whenever there's a loss, you now go to all those companies and make claims. You can't do that. it is this principle of contribution that we use to guide it, that makes sure that, okay, if there is a loss and we find out that policy is insured with more than one company, we can, okay, all the 10 companies come, what is your own sum insured? We'll just get it, use a particular formula to calculate it, and make sure we collect from all of them the value of only one car and give to you. Also, there are other things that could give rise to contribution. Signature TV, for example, can have a studio here, another studio in Abuja, another one in Lagos, and maybe the chairman of the company insure all of them together. But because of the manager will have on ground here, the manager here also will insure this place, maybe not knowing that there has been another insurance in force, okay? Whenever there is a loss and we discover that there are two policies covering the same policy, the two policies will come together and indemnify. I think that's the explanation of the 6 principles of insurance.
Okay.
Wow, interesting.
And what of, sorry, before, the loss of minimization?
Minimization? See, I don't understand what you mean by minimization in insurance, but what we normally do is that we can prevent risk. Well, by the time we get into discussion of the benefits of insurance, we'll talk of how insurance can help you minimize your loss.
The insurance company, does it help to teach those involved how to minimize their losses?
Yes, definitely. Whenever you take, if you insure this studio, which I'm sure you did, you can, part of my job as either your broker or the underwriter is to make sure that that thing that we're insuring against does not happen. Because it is better, it's a win-win for all of us if at the end of the year you suffer no loss and I pay no claim.
So what happens, the money that's been paid to you, what happens to it?
You see, that is actually,
somehow I lost.
You're not losing anything because you having confidence that had something happened, you have been covered. See, this is how insurance works. Insurance is based on the principle of law of large number. Okay, we have 10,000 people that own cars in ENUGU, for example. And what is the likelihood that more than 20 of them, those cars, will be stolen or involved in an accident in a given year? Because remember, the premium you are paying for this cover is just very small amount of money. For example, for fire of 1 million naira, you are paying only 2,500 naira, for example. So, how many 2,500 naira are you going to collect to pay 1 million naira for a fire loss? So it is your own contribution to a pool of fund, okay, that the underwriter makes sure something is there always to compensate those that are involved, that suffer a loss, okay, the common loss that you all share. If it happens to you, remember, you paid only 2,500 for 1 million, but that basket, that pool must always give you that 1 million. So who pays for the difference? It's the collection of other people that suffer similar exposure, that are exposed to this, similar risk with you, their contribution that we use to pay you. So for the mere fact that you don't suffer a loss this year, doesn't mean you won't suffer next year. Sometimes you may even not suffer for the next 10 years.
And so that's when all the contributors in this basket never suffers a loss. That means it's huge benefit.
Underwriting profit for the insurance company. But also there are bad underwriting years. We have good underwriting years and bad underwriting years. There are sometimes you take all that, you now keep seeing losses every day, you understand? So sometimes when there are so much losses, you have to source for fund to make sure that thing is there as an underwriter, because you have undertaken to do that. So sometimes when there are some good underwriting years, you take part of that fund to reserve for a bad underwriting year that may happen any other time.
Okay, there is something interesting that just pricked my heart now. In other countries, take for instance the US, you know, someone is sick and you go to the hospital, it's as if the government already insures you because the bill is paid. Somehow, maybe not totally, but you're being treated. But in this part of the world, you're sick, you go, you have to attend to yourself, even whether you're dying or not.
Well,
so would you say that the country insured them, as in, I mean their country insured them, and here
there's nothing like we don't have the National Health Insurance program that we have here. They're just fine-tuning this to see whether it can actually help. But there are so many things that are not right that the government's successful government have been trying to put right when it had to do with health insurance. The basic health insurance they give you, national health, may not actually cover most of those sicknesses, critical ailment, you know. They even admission, when you want to be admitted, they will tell you, no, this particular cover you have does not provide for that, because they are starting. But with time, we have not the number to actually engage, have a functional health insurance scheme in Nigeria. And again, the one of the reasons why it's not been able to, you know, is just because Nigeria is not part of our culture. Okay? In Nigeria, we believe in, you're my brother, I'm sick now, bros, you know, you have to come and pick the bills. And that's what we still believe in. And because of our culture that we look out for each other, people still see it as, if I'm sick now, my brothers are there. But if they know that even that your brother may not be able to, you will start making arrangements for yourself. So when they call them to come and pay premium for health insurance, most of them don't come up. It's only those that work in an organized establishment like Signature TV that, okay, let me insure all my workers, you know, against health.
So basically you're saying there are cultural factors
Definitely.
that affects people from joining or participating in insurance policies.
Definitely. I once told somebody that one of the major reasons why insurance is still at the level below 3% or so penetration in Nigeria is because, first, hunger and poverty. Okay? Recently, they say we're about 130 million Nigerians living below poverty, like something like that, sometime last year. And I understand the figure had even gone up after all these subsidy removals. We read Maslow hierarchy of needs, right? Where you are expected to satisfy the basic need first, the clothing, the feeding, and all that. And until you satisfy this, you hardly can move into the next, which is where security, where insurance is. I hope you are getting the picture. So if you have about 150 million Nigerians still battling with the basic needs, how will they now move into the security aspect of it? So that is one side, and it's a reflection of what is happening in society. You cannot ask a man who has lost his job to come and insure his life or his property, because the basic insurance he needs is his stomach. Also, we keep talking about insurance not being responsive to people, to the insuring public. It's not correct. I tell people everywhere I go that whatever that is worth having is worth insuring. And whatever that is worth insuring is best insured through a registered insurance broker. Insurance is so designed that you don't lose anything. Appointing an insurance broker is the only consultant you engage without paying. Because whether I use a broker or not, the same premium you are charged is what you are going to pay to an insurance company. So why don't you get a broker who will now take that policy and look through it for you and make sure that all the clauses there satisfy your insurance need. And whenever there is a claim, you don't need to start looking for the insurance company. Just call your broker, boy, the thing don't happen. No. It is the job of the broker, who is a professional, that will now take the fight from here and say, okay, this insurance company, this, you collect the form, you fill it on your behalf, do all the processing for you at no extra charge. I hope you understand. I'm sure maybe you'll be hearing that for the first time too.
Absolutely.
That is what the knowledge that we're trying to see, to let the insurance public know.
This 3% penetration you just mentioned, is it company-wise or individual-wise?
General.
3% penetration.
It means that from the beginning of these streets to the end, you may not have more than 3 buildings, or in every 100 buildings in Nigeria, you may not have more than 3 buildings that are insured.
Wow.
That is the 3% penetration.
But what is causing this lack of penetration within our communities? Are there factors mitigating against this, and how can the industry solve it?
Lack of knowledge, one. Okay? And some of them have already a mindset that insurance is. Somebody even told me that insurance is legalized. So I said, no. Maybe I've been the 419 over for 3 years. Is that what you want to tell me? No, it's not legalized 419. Just because you are not aware. Okay? Insurance is one of the best things that anybody can have. One of the best. It gives you a piece. See, you can imagine, and the lack of information, lack of knowledge that I'm talking about is what we have done. The Council of Nigerian Registered Insurance Brokers started what they call visibility project, where they go out to radio, television, do roadshow, tell people about insurance. The Chartered Insurances of Nigeria are doing the same. The Nigerian Insurance Association are doing the same. The National Insurance Commission, the regulator of the insurance industry, also engage in educating people. And until people hear us like this talk, most of them won't believe. Most people still don't know. They think that this insurance is so expensive. They don't know that as low as 2,500, you can have a 1 million naira cover for your house, covering you against fire for a whole year.
Okay, because I wanted to ask a question, but because you said this, I think I've once been approached by an insurance company, and to cover for, it wasn't 2,500, it was like 150,000 a month.
For what? For what?
I
How
think,
much?
To cover for a car, or be a house or something.
If you say, I'm talking about a house, not the car. The insurance of a car is, the regulator now had pegged it at 5%, but it was 10%.
Of the worth of the car?
Of the worth. It's cheaper. If you've lived in the US, you know how much you pay for an insurance cover there. The premium we pay in Nigeria here is far, far cheaper than what is obtainable. And we are doing all this to make sure that we allow people to, insure.
Can a country be insured?
A country?
Yes.
The country is the things that are in the country. So
that's what I'm saying. Can you be insured?
If you pay me the premium, why not?
Because there's this joke that makes the round sometimes, that some people are like, we might wake up one day and Nigeria is no longer our country. So is it possible to insure?
No, to that extent, no, you cannot. As a matter of fact, what makes up a country is what you have in it.
Yes.
The chairs, the human beings, the cars. What insure all of them will believe that, like if you want to insure your house now, you don't insure the land, because the land is there permanently. Okay, you can only insure the structure and see anything happen to it.
Okay. Do you think, how much of technology is insurance companies leveraging on to improve?
Beautiful. Insurance companies really are trying to keep pace with technology, advancement in the country, in the world, globally. Right now, some companies, just from your handset, you can buy policy. Whenever you have a loss, you can just, enter a platform and submit all your documents there, and your claim is treated. Before now, it wasn't like that. Okay, you now have to go and take all those long papers and start filling and stuff. But now, technology is actually almost all insurance companies in Nigeria as today. All of them have this, technology facilities they use in making sure that they relate with insuring public better.
But the Nigerian insurance company, do they have?
Yes, they do. They do.
Oh, okay. Okay. Do you think religion plays any role in this level of penetration that we have?
Sure, definitely. Religion does.
I've heard people say things like, if you go to insure your property or your car, you are thinking that fire is going to affect it, or accidents is going to happen to you. And so because of that, to the extent of that, they don't do it. They just pray to God and say, God is the one that takes care of me. Do you think religion, in that regard, belief, cultural norms, affect this penetration of insurance in Nigeria?
Well, religion, to those that are gullible, sorry to use the word, but I mean, if my pastor moves around with bodyguards and more plated vehicles, and sometimes his cars also are involved in an accident I see and I know, and they ask me to prove over my own, you understand? I hope you understand what I mean. It's just only to do the minds that are not tribe, that have been abused, that will now believe that yes, because my pastor said I should use a sticker, okay, I'm covered. Okay. There are certain things you don't wish away. Actually, it's just like saying that you are praying against poverty. Even the Bible recognizes the fact that the poor must be in our midst. It's there. So if you said religion, the only part of religion, there are some parts of the country, our Muslim brothers, most of them actually don't believe in certain things that we talk about. That's why even in the insurance space, we've carved out what they call the Takafu insurance, specifically designed. Is that they call it Islamic way of insurance, but we still have it in Nigeria. So religion, people may just want to hide under religion not to insure, but I don't really see religion playing. For poverty, yes. Okay, our culture, yes. Because I know I have a very rich brother. If anything happened to me, my brother can always show up for me. And it makes me complacent. But if I know that, yes, you know, I just have to. I don't have any other place. Like US, you made reference to, a child of 18, 19 years will start contributing to the all the expenses in the house, contributing to the rent, to put that responsibility. But if you still have children of 30, 35 years still living in their parents' house in this part and contributing nothing, still eating their mama's food. So that part of culture, yes, it can affect the demand for insurance in Nigeria. Because if I know that my father is rich and I'm in his house, waiting to be the next of kin anytime, you understand? Hoping to be the next of kin, I may not actually take off insurance. But if I know that the challenge ahead of me is great, I need to make provision for protection, then why must I do that? Why wouldn't I do that?
What are the main drivers of customer satisfaction or dissatisfaction within that industry?
The services, insurance claims, settlement of claims. There's an insurance company in Nigeria today that settled my claim in a day, a total loss claim of a vehicle.
In a day?
In a day.
What is the name of the insurance company?
I don't think I should be able to advertise them. But if you want, like I said, if you get through to insurance brokers, the brokers know all the capacity and effectiveness of all the insurance companies in Nigeria. Now, let me tell you the circumstance that made them to settle this. I was in Lagos, a member of the governing board of council, Nigerian Council of Insurance Brokers. Went for a meeting. Before the meeting, a relation of mine in Port Harcourt called me and said, brother, I had an accident with my car, and just took pictures and sent to me. Total right of the customer saw that, thank God. And he said that what worries him now is that his wife is about to put to bed and he needs a car in case it happens at any time. Maybe the woman comes into labor, goes into labor late in the night, you know, he would see something to take the woman to the hospital. I said, okay, thank God my meeting time wasn't there. I just took a cab, moved straight to the insurance company, their head office. I went to the MD. It was a one-off case though. As, sir, I have this challenge with me. Okay, this is a relation of mine, these messages that just sent to me. And I said, okay, fill the claim form. I completed the claim form. The pictures are there. The guy sent me his driver's license, made the statement, I signed for him on his behalf, and we filed it there. Not up to 2 hours. The guy called me that I had gotten a lot. Payment of the claim happened that the discharge was given to me, I executed it there, and insurance companies, they see payment of claim as of today as a means of advertising themselves.
Wait, was the car insured?
Definitely, definitely. Was comprehensively insured. That's why I could file a claim.
Okay.
And the claim was settled that day within hours. Okay. Part of the things that delay payment of claim in Nigeria is claims documentation.
So why did the person have to go through you? For instance,
because I'm a professional. I'm the one that can walk straight to an insurance company and process his claim. I'm the one that can tell him his insurance needs.
But were you the one that helped him register?
Yes, I didn't register. I only did the insurance placement for him. He bought a car. I said, guy, you need to insure this car. I said, okay, brother, I will do it. So he asked me the premium. I told him if he made the payment. I asked him, okay, let me have your documents. But I went and placed with an insurance company.
So is he advised that whenever somebody wants to make have to do this insurance stuff, you have to go through?
I said it, and let me repeat myself. I said, whatever that is worth having is worth insuring.
Yes.
And whatever that is worth insuring is best insured through a registered insurance broker.
That's quite interesting point you put out there. These days we see when you go to renew your car papers, there's this other paper that comes that says insurance. How effective are those papers?
Well, I wouldn't know, but actually I would prefer people go straight to an insurance company and buy their policies.
Rather than going through...
So because most of the time people have fallen victim of buying papers that are not genuine. So if you have an office where you went to, or a broker that you walk into his office and buy a policy, you cannot always hold them responsible. At that point, you can't hold anybody responsible. So the paper they give to you
is fake.
Is fake. Who will you, if you go back to that same council, who do you hold responsible there?
What is added to the payment of the renewal?
If you can tell them, no, let me do my insurance. I also have cars. Whenever I want to renew my policy, I'll get my insurance for you. Yes.
It's allowed?
Definitely. Sometimes they will ask to get the insurance first. Then you get the insurance where they will now use it to give you other documents. You just have to hold an office responsible for insurances.
Wow. Just hearing that for the first time.
So, you can.
Oh, so what's the difference between term and permanent life insurance?
Term insurance. If you are taking a loan, for example, policy that have a term, maybe you take a term assured policy for facilities like loan, or there's a target, maybe you borrow some money from somebody on a thing, or mortgage. You now said, okay, you want to take decreasing term assurance now. Let me just use another word for, because term assurance has so many. There's decreasing time, there are other terms. Yes. Decreasing term assurance for loan, for mortgage. So as you repay the mortgage, the value keep coming down. Your sum insured keep coming down in response to your repayment of your mortgage until net of zero. What does that policy do? It means that if after the first payment, maybe you've taken a loan of 100 million and you're supposed to pay 1 million naira every month or every quarter, as the case may be, and you have just paid only 2 installments, leaving an outstanding of 98 million, and the policyholder dies, the insurance company will pay the balance 98 million to make sure your family doesn't lose the house. I hope you understand. It's a single premium policy, which means even if your repayment period is 20 years, you pay premium just once. Okay? And insurance will just take it that, okay, we've taken this person that has collected loan, and as he pays his loan, the value keep coming down. If at the end of the 20 years you survive and you finish paying your loan, policy ceases. Policy is terminated. I hope you understand. Then the whole life assurance is, I want to insure my life for the benefit of my family, so that if anything happens to me in the long run, my family will have something to leverage on. Insurance will pay them. Okay, so there are so many policies we have in life. There are some, apart from that, there are some they call investment policy also. Because of the long nature of life policy, most insurance companies have devised method in which some after 3 years, after 5 years, they pay you, they divide the sum insured in ratio with the period and with interest and pay you. Then you continue again, something like that, just to make sure that.
Okay, there was this case of someone who was working in an oil company, and he had insurance with one of the insurance firms. And when he stopped working there, he went to claim what was supposed to be incurred or something, but they didn't pay him that.
What was the reason? I can't just, because I don't know the reason why they took.
Okay, we're
and the type of policy.
Because it was, and at some point it was taking time. They were dragging it, And
we're wrapping up.
Okay.
Well, just to add to the question, we talk about regulations.
Okay.
Do you think that the regulatory bodies are doing well with looking out for making sure that the insurance companies, go through the rules and regulations?
Sure. The regulators are doing wonderfully well. As a matter of fact, if there's any insurance, if you have actually gotten the details of the example you gave me, I would have directed the person, maybe go straight to National Insurance Commission, the regulator. They have a full department that attends to report and, by the insurance public that if you have a genuine claim and you are not paying, just report to them. They will summon the insurance company, give reason why they are not paying.
Okay.
They are very, very effective.
What's the name of the insurance company?
National Insurance Commission.
National Insurance Commission.
There are people that regulate all the insurance business in Nigeria.
The domicile in Enugu? Or
Abuja, they have an office in Enugu here, along that road where you have Toscana, towards the end, you see the right, before you get to that junction, by the right, they have an office in Enugu here, they have. Okay. So if you have any problem, then I mentioned something to you earlier about indemnity, putting you back in the same position you were before the loss. Remember, not every insurance policy is a policy of indemnity. A life policy is not a policy of indemnity. An accident policy is not a policy of indemnity. A policy of indemnity means you are putting you back in the same position you were. A life policy, you cannot replace the life. So it's a benefit policy. So for benefit policy, you can insure with more than 10 insurance companies. You can pay the premium. When the person dies, all the 10 companies will pay. I just want to make sure to correct that, so to explain that, so that you don't believe that all insurance policies are subject to that.
Okay. So in wrapping up, what's your advice to Nigerians and to every other nation that are a bit not upcoming or upfront with insurance?
Yeah. Well, I just want to assure Nigerians that insurance works. And I also want to tell them that for them to have good insurance, okay, let them go through a registered insurance broker. They are not paying any extra premium. You can't pay any extra premium to get a broker. It's free. The broker, because whatever adding the brokers is built into that premium that you are paying. And even if you don't engage a broker, the insurance company will keep the entire money. So you engage a broker who will read your policy, tell you whether the policies are in order, advise you, you understand, and tell you what to do in terms of loss. And also, whenever there is a loss, you don't need to start running around. Just tell your broker that you have suffered a loss. You take it off from there and process your claim for you.
So how does the broker benefit?
Right.
The broker benefit is inbuilt into the premium that you paid.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chijoke Nwofo.
Thank you very much.
For your time. It's been one amazing time with you.
Thank you.
More than 30 minutes talking about the issue regarding insurance business in Nigeria. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're back shortly for more on this and more after this. Just stay with us.
Straight to
Welcome back. You're watching Signature TV, and this is Signature Morning, and we're doing something amazing from insurance. We're talking local government autonomy. Yes, recently the Supreme Court actually gave full financial autonomy to local government, even though some persons have kicked against it, saying it goes against the spirit of the Constitution. In fact, 33 local government chairmen of Oyo states pulled out of Algon, saying that they love that the federal government pays the local government allocation through the state government. But then, how important is this particular topic? It's because it talks about activities at the local level. Today we have joining us via Zoom is Chukwuma Ephraim Okenwa, CEO. Thank you for joining us, sir. Good morning. Hello, Mr. Chukwuma.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Charles. Yeah.
Good to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. I have my colleague also, the person of Chamalina, on this discourse.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Kenwa.
Yeah, good morning. Pleasure. Good morning.
All right. Straight to the point. Local government elections for the very first time in 11 years. Anambra State will be doing their local government elections by September. ENUGU state elections, local government elections is due in October. The Supreme Court has done something really fantastic. So many persons have pointed out it's not in the spirit of the Constitution. For you, how do you welcome the development so far? And do you think that the latest Supreme Court judgment would in any way improve on what the local government has been in the last few years?
I would say that the news came to me with mixed feelings. Mixed feelings because for two things. We are addressing one problem, which has to do with deficiency of the law, because if we have 3 tiers of government, then there should be some level of autonomy, and any autonomy that doesn't co-opt financial autonomy ceases to be one. So reasonably, where this amendment was expected would be with the National Assembly. But it's also another case study of the Supreme Courts or the judiciary playing the role of not just an arbiter or an interpreter of the law, but also like a lawmaker, and which should not be like that, being that at the moment, the constitution we have, which has not been amended, clearly states how those funds should go. So in the course of trying to stop the problem of not allowing governors to use the local government system as a conduit for siphoning of funds, we're also creating another trend of like trying to always use the judiciary to watch the law, and a few more other cases like we saw in the last End Bad Governance protests, where like the FCT minister had to get like a sort of court judgment, against the principle of the Constitution that citizens have the right to protest. I'm not saying where protesters are restricted, given where to protest such that they will not be seen. Another instance is also like in the fiscal policy and monetary policy, the inalienable rights of CBN, when CBN wanted to change the old Naira notes, the Supreme Court also was used by the governors. They certainly have no role to play in those areas. But howbeit, I would say that that judgment, should be a reflection of what our constitution ideally would be, so that local government, which is designed for local impact, can actually begin to touch lives at that particular level. People in the local government, they also deserve good governance. You see, one of the problems we've seen is, like in Enugu State, for instance, if a new governor comes and you focus on making impact in the Enugu metropolis, which is just 3 local governments, and not even entirely 3 local governments, because you still have some of those local governments, the metropolitan local government, that still have a rural component. So once you do that, the people are excited that this governor is transformational. But we know that you have a lot of people also in the rural area, and they deserve access to good health, they deserve access to education, they deserve access to market and also entrepreneurship, and also opportunities for young persons. And we can actually achieve that by making the local government system efficient and functional.
Okay, I'm just wondering, if you say that's a good thing, but then we still have to amend the Constitution, why do you think that the Attorney General of the Federation did not advise the President to go through the National Assembly to amend that section of the Constitution so that it will at least scale through? Because it does look like there's still a lacuna to be salvaged, because we have even 33 local government chairmen in Oyo State, pulling out of Algon, saying that the federal government should maintain status quo. That's one. Two, we also say that there are other things that have cropped up, that even if you have this autonomy, it is not a guarantee that activities will return to the local government, that the governors will still have a say in what happens at the local government level.
Okay, so two things. First and foremost, let me recognize the fact that at the moment there's an executive bill as it has to do with local government autonomy, sponsored by Mr. President to the National Assembly. And we are waiting to see what happens with that bill. But having said that, we know the way it has always been like in Nigeria, trying to, because you have access to the Supreme Court. But I think also it's very shameful, right? Because what we expect the interpreters of the law to do is that anything that is not there, that is not the law, is not within their jurisdiction to decide, or anything that the law clearly states that maybe, okay, when it comes to monetary policy, leave it all entirely to CBN. When it comes to amendment of the law or making of the law, leave it entirely to the legislature. It shouldn't be a situation where anybody can meet you and say, okay, fine, we don't agree with this. What does the Supreme Court think? The court is not a place of thinking. It's actually a place of judgment, drawing inference based on cases. And I think, it's really time to really salvage the Nigerian court, because they have reduced themselves to less of what, the constitutional provision. And we see that kind of thing where even sometimes you could see executive playing the role of either the legislature or judiciary and vice versa. What am I even saying about? Haven't you seen legislators, sometimes they want to carry constitutional projects, right? Carry out some projects, which, it's not really supposed to be like that. The executive also, in some cases, even for the governors, it's really shocked many Nigerians when voices like us began to tell Nigerians that things like setting up a committee to manage the affairs of a local government was actually illegal. It was just like a tradition where a governor wakes up, set up a committee, and say we are going to do election in the next 6 months. So I see that we are not really enjoying the benefits of separation of powers, where if you're executive well, you are legislature, legislate well, you are judiciary, judiciate well, adjudicate well. Don't leave your own position and begin to do another thing. And then to the second point that you mentioned, right? Why governors are so afraid, and I can tell you, they are really very afraid, right? Is that there's a difference between the money comes through the joint state account, and you are the one in a position to give your boys, to settle your boys, right? And then when your boys have access to that money, the first time maybe, especially when the sharing formula you made with them is not a good one, right? It's maybe draconian, like what we saw in the relationship of Wike and Fubara, who was his loyalist all his life, and he felt that for this accountant who probably helped me to move funds, if I make him the governor, it's going to be loyalty. Charles, I can tell you that once the money comes to anyone directly, the loyalty of the person is not guaranteed. And before now, local governments in Enugu State used to get 150 million, right? Now it's about 300 million. With the current reviews and the fact, if you get 300 million and maybe a governor say at the end of the month bring 200 million, if you do it first month, do it second month, something will tell you, nah, I better take this risk. He can't remove me, I'm not an appointee. Some stakeholders might even say 2 years is enough, right? I mean, if you want the battle, I will tell the people. I mean, like Fubara did it, and we kept freely. Fubara came up to say, this is what this guy is negotiating. He is draconian. Could we remove him even without the federal might? He could not. Even President Tinubu cannot even remove Fubara if he decide at least 4 years is guaranteed, right? And even the State House of Assembly can also not just remove him on trump-up charges. To remove a governor, you need like some very, very serious issues, right, where you can clinch onto. The only thing is that with this level of fight in Rivers, Fubara really need to be a sense, because any impeachable offense, right, will be grossly dealt with by those loyalists of Wike. So it's something that the governors are afraid, because once the money comes, you are now expected by an informal agreement to return the money. So if you return first quarters, something might tell you I might not be a fool. Is he not elected as I'm elected? Is he submitting his money on monthly basis to the president? So why should I submit to the governor? And the next thing, maybe what is called in the political balance, that he's no more lawyer, might begin to play out. And at the end of the day, the godfather and the godson is fighting, you know.
Wow.
Okay. We know that, we understand that provision of basic amenities are one of the core roles of local government to the natives, and being able to access the funds, as enshrined in the Constitution of 162 subsection 5, also helps the local government. But one may wonder, how can this be realized, as this autonomy is shrouded in controversies? How can it be realized?
Okay, so to actually realize that, even the presidency knows the need. And let me tell you the simple truth. You see, like in Nigeria, it's all about assertiveness. The law is oftentimes suspended. We saw how APC came up saying that 25% in Abuja is not compulsory, that Abuja is the 37th state. And I wonder why the Federal Capital Territory is now the 37th instead of the first state, if it is actually should be a state. Wills Wike has even begun to see himself as, we know in Nigeria Constitution, once you do 2 terms as a governor, you cannot run for another position of a governor. Wike, of course, didn't have to run to become the governor in quotes of Federal Capital Territory. So anybody saying Abuja is like another state of the country is really being diversionary, right? If you also check, like Nigeria adopted its constitution from another nation that practices a presidential system in some regard. Nigeria constitution is a blend of the UK constitution and that of America. In Washington DC has a special status, because there you have all of the federal agencies like you have in Nigeria, right? You have all of the federal workers, the directors. So you can't talk about like having that kind of mix. It's just like comparing in terms of the commercial capital, like in Lagos, where you have all of the headquarters, right? Of all the banks, of all the churches, of all the this, comparing that with every other state. Every nation has its commercial capital and has its administrative capital, right? So, but one thing is that APC came up and insisted on this, that it doesn't matter, you mustn't get 25%. And we saw that the judgment was given in their favor, right? So Nigeria oftentimes is all about like you open eye. We saw when Nigerian police came up and said they want to start charging every vehicle owner 5,000 something. And some Nigerians say we no go agree for Nigeria police. Stood on it. Police, there was no law backing them up to leave their job as an organ of the executive to now become lawmakers, saying if you drive, you will give them 5,000. Some Nigerians told them and say, yes, true, now they carry gun. But nobody made provision for you to be the chief cook and also to be the client at the same time. And Nigerians raised up their voice and it stood. Another role of assertiveness, like we could see, is issue of a constitutional, what is it called? Not even constitutional, security vote, which is not constitutional. It's become a norm, a tradition in Nigeria. I'm really wondering who we challenge, that, and perhaps how governors could come after the person's life, right? If you come to say this is not constitutional, or even like the office of the first lady, still not constitutional, but assertiveness have actually set all of these things in place. So it is now an assertiveness of Mr. President and assertiveness of the governors. Unfortunately, we don't have too many people as assertive as what is it called? The governor of Oyo State, Makinde, right? A self-made billionaire who has got his onions, who has no favor to maybe to request of the president. He knows the onions from his suya and I decided to take a stand. And that's what I actually expected the governors to do first. Mr. President, but see the strategy that Fabemi used, if we can all recall, that when they fired up for that suit, right, requesting that states that has not don't have a local government system in place, their funds should be withheld, right? And they told governors, if you have any counter to make, you have such a number of days. Many of them, because as much as they are concerned, like the system where our governors are made, and outgoing governors anoint another governor, and even though they appear off with their people, when it also comes to like protecting their state and being assertive, they cannot. They begin to chicken out. Somebody may just be like, if I come out now and say I'm not supporting Mr. President, what if the Jagaban begin to see me as one singular enemy? And many of them chickened out. And only Makinde came after the judgment must have been passed to say perhaps he was relying that the Supreme Court will look at the law and find out that there is no place for words, there's no provision, right, for Mr. President to be provided at the moment with what is their request before the court. There's no provision for that in the court, in the law. So, but the beautiful thing is that, like getting to what you asked, will now be that finally, since there is a bill, once that is secured, right, we are sure that all of the local government funds will come to the local government. And why I think that is going to be healthy, let me say this because it's very important. The governor certainly will be very angry, right, when you begin to have like many of their godsons breaking out. And will now want to begin to call on the citizens to hold their local government responsible, like the president sometimes to say, check, we've increased their federal allocation, we've increased this, don't just be looking at the center. I'm also sure that the state is going to divest some of the attention they have for people also to look the way of the local governments.
Okay, section 1, 2, and 3 of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit Act have actually tried to address the overbearing power of states over local government, but same has been lampooned for being inconsistent. How do you address that further? How do you further address that?
Yeah. So what I could just say in all of this, some patience is needed, and what every woman in Nigeria should be hopeful and wishing for would actually be for the financial autonomy of the local government to be sustainably secured. Yes, I'm actually aware of when the Financial Intelligence Unit came up with that policy directing governors, right? Or directing rather that the local government should get their money, right, without further encumbrance from the federal government based on intelligence that was shared. But that isn't enough, because until you actually amend appropriate laws, right, that clearly, because when we say that the Constitution is the ground norm, right, you could have acts, some of those things like acts, gazettes, and all the rest, are like they are subsidiary, you understand, of the Constitution. They don't have, even though they are law in some regard, but they're not as powerful as the ground norm, because if any act comes and it's not consistent with the ground norm, then the Constitution takes its place, right? The Constitution should stand. The Constitution should be able to say, so let me give an instance. If in the Police Act, what is just clearly and insidiously discussed is maybe how to even resist protests, like we saw, and Asare Dokubo says that if some people have right to protest, you have right to resist. You will discover that wouldn't be consistent with the right of the citizens to expression, to express themselves through protests, rights to peaceful assembly, and all of those things. So the Constitution still takes its precedence, and I think the president is already doing something about that. And once that scales through, I am sure that all of these unclear areas will be fixed.
All right. I want to say a very big thank you. We're almost out of time, but just in 1 minute, just wrap it up. What are you looking forward to the local government elections in Enugu? We're seeing some primaries being done in the last few days. The so-called primaries for the councillorship and the primaries for the chairmanship will be in a few days' time. I think that's tomorrow or so. So what are you looking forward to? The Enugu state elections that's coming up October 5th, and that of Anambra that has that will be happening in September, and for the first time since 11 years.
Yeah, well, I'm not expecting anything different. You know, when it comes to elections coordinated by the state electoral commissions, it's almost been like a sort of absolute, the winnings. So maybe you could talk about maybe like the 260 wards in Enugu. I mean, since the Fourth Republic, it's almost been like 260 over 260 for PDP and 17 over 17 for PDP. Regrettably, there's really no viable opposition in Enugu. And I really see that as political juggling for a political party only to be seen towards the elections. You begin to look for who to field and posters to print. Politicking is all about, if you are not the ruling party, then you have to be a opposition party. There isn't any opportunity for opportunists. Those are called opportunists. You are not ruling, and you are not even engaging the ruling party. Yet, when there's an opportunity to gather and make noise, you come up, and you must be a joker. You must be a pretender and not a contender. If there's opposition in Enugu, we don't just want to hear them once. We want to hear them all of the time. We want to see them engage on the policy of the ruling parties, right? Interrogate those policies. And then through that, people can begin to see them as those that could do different. Because it's really crazy, like you don't do anything, and then towards the election, you feel people, I mean, how are you going to even win? Aside from the fact that electoral commissions have like all of this might. I see that I've not really seen any strategy to change the trend, right?
As far as I'm concerned, are really non-issues.
All right.
Dangote's refinery.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chukwuma Okenwa. We do appreciate your take on that, on the local government autonomy. Right now, we'll go for Internet Watch. Do stay with us.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Internet Watch. I'm your host, Joshua Ritogen. And for the next few minutes, we'll be diving into the latest trend, must-know tips, and everything buzzing on the internet. Whether you're a casual surfer or a digital native, there is something here for you. So let's get connected and see what's making waves online. First, on Internet Watch, we have breaking news from the education sector. Just yesterday, the West African Examination Council released the 2024 WAEC result for school candidates. Out of over 1.6 million students who sat for the exams, unfortunately, 215,267 results has been withheld due to reported cases of examination malpractice, an alarming 11.92% of the total. For those eager to check their results, you can do so online or via SMS. You're welcome. Wishing you guys good luck out there. Of course, if you write well, you go see well. I'm not going to be taking any comments on this. Just go and check your results. In other news, the Nigerian Vice President Kashim Shettima has made a strong statement regarding the state of the northern region. He emphasized that the North has tolerated far too much poverty and corruption for too long. Okay. This bodes would come at a crucial time as the region continues to grapple with significant socio-economic challenges. Now, let's take a quick dive into the comment section to see how people are reacting to the Vice President Shettima's statement. There's a lot of chatter, so let's hear what the internet has to say. Kev is saying, what is Shetim doing? Or has he forgotten he's the VP of the country representing a party called APC? Tonya is saying, seized by Shati Bobo. Nigeria is heading to a place where I would love to live and witness. Is he actually heading to a place? Olongs is saying, tolerated from who exactly? Like, let's let's be specific with our accusation. Next on the comment section, I have after God's heart. So what do we do now? No be una ban education for our people. Like, who did not allow them? Obviously, it wasn't the other part of the country. It wasn't the other part of the nation, of course. So who did ban them? Next on the comments, I have Joan on a cruise. Laughing my heart out. Who intentionally made them poor and uneducated? This is a very big question. Who did? Because, of course, the layman can't do this. The common man can't do this. And I am saying, I think the leaders should be held accountable. I honestly do agree with this. I think it's high time where the government, or the governors rather, of each state should be held accountable. And Canary is saying, Buhari was president for 8 years and did not occupy every meaningful position in his government. He borrowed in dollars to spend in the north and even instructed the UN to focus on the north. 80% of palliatives went to the north, and after 8 years, waiting changed. Waiting changed in the north. What changed? Well, what changed? Well, we can see. We can see. Matthew is saying, I still haven't been able to make a tale out of this, even though I have crossed it several times today. The most antagonistic word is tolerated. If I may understand the statement, one may be tempted to ask if the North has been under operation at any time in history. Have they been? They've been the one ruling for a very long time. I mean, a very long time. You can check the statistics, of course. Next on my comment is Chigi. Chigi is saying, the more we keep seeing it as the North, the South, the East, and the West, the more separation. But when we see it as Nigerians, then a change is possible. But like this, we're never ready. Honestly, we're never ready. Until we start seeing it as a big country, one country, and not just North, the West, the South. These are just geographical regions, but we should see ourselves as one. President X is saying, okay, so what has the federal or state government done about the case? Like, what have they done? Have they done everything? Just like I said earlier on, the governor should be held accountable. Protest against your governors instead. Monday Johnson, which is the last comment, is saying, but the North has definitely benefited from corruption more than any other party of the country if we are to be sincere. Any other part, rather, if we are to be sincere. These guys have enjoyed a lot, but then again, you need to have your statistics before you lay accusations like this. Because of time, these are the stories I could take. You can head to our social media platforms to get more information about things happening around you and the world at large. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Hit that subscribe button now. Ooh, thank you. Remember, it's okay to disconnect sometimes. Try tech free hour this evening. Grab a book, go for a walk, or just enjoy some face-to-face time with friends and family. Besides, did you know that just 10 minutes of exercise can boost your mood? A quick walk or a few jumping jacks can release endorphins, making you feel happier almost instantly. I know Nigeria is stressful enough, but still do some bodily exercise. Finally, did you know that dancing burns a lot of calories? Wait, hold up. Not that one you're doing. That's not what we're talking about. You and I know that you're a terrible dancer. That's on the lighter note though. An hour of dancing can burn as many calories as jogging. So next time you're at a church or a party for some of you, hit the dance floor and groove your way to fitness. That's all the time I have today on Internet Watch. I hope you enjoyed our quick dive into the latest online trends and news. Remember, the internet is a powerful tool. Use it wisely. Stay curious. Keep exploring. Thanks for tuning in. I'll catch you next time. Stay safe, stay connected, and have a fantastic day ahead. I am Joshua Ritogun, and I'm signing off.
Nigeria oil and gas sector has been a thing of concern and actually growing concern over the years. And you might wonder, is it just the things happening or playing within? Is it just as a result of what Nigerians are doing, or do we have outside forces, impeding the growth of what's happening in the Nigerian oil and gas sector? So today we want to talk about how foreign interests are impeding oil and gas sector in Nigeria. And with us to talk about it is Nick Ajule from the United States. Good morning.
I'm actually in the United Kingdom.
Okay. You know, the last time we spoke, you were in United States.
Yeah,
I hope
correct.
it's not the heat wave that is driving you around the world like this.
Not at all. This is where I live. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're welcome to the show. Right now, talking about the foreign interests as regards Nigeria oil and gas sector, we want to understand. We want to hear your take on that regard.
Thank you very much for that question. I would say that Nigerian oil and gas industry has always had foreign interest. Let us not forget that when we discovered oil in the 1950s, Nigeria did not have the technology, did not have the expertise, did not have the money to explore, find, and produce crude oil or gas. What happened was foreign interest, specifically Shade Deaki, came to Nigeria with their resources, and they explored for crude oil in the Niger Delta, and that is how Nigeria found crude oil. And since then, the foreign interests have been in Nigeria, producing crude oil for Nigeria and for themselves. So the biggest oil fields in Nigeria are actually being operated by foreign interest. So as we speak today in Nigeria, we have Shell, we have Chevron, we have Mobil, we have Texaco, we have Total, we have F, we have Ajib, we have all these foreign companies who are operating in the upstream sector of the Nigerian petroleum industry. And they started with joint ventures with the federal government, and later moved to production sharing contracts when they were now going offshore, in the shallow offshore or deep offshore. So the foreign interests have always been here in the upstream. It is only in the downstream that we don't have much of foreign interest in the Nigerian oil and gas industry.
Okay. There is also the introduction of CNG buses to the Nigerian world. How do you think this would affect the oil and gas sector?
This is what we should have done many years ago, because by the proved reserves, Nigeria is blessed with more gas than crude oil. So if we got our national development plans and strategy right, we could have been using gas both for domestic, commercial, and industrial purposes. while we produce crude oil, refine it, and then export petroleum products. If that is what we had used as an economic policy, today Nigeria would have been far developed than where we are now. So gas is not only important as a cleaner source of energy, but is also the transition fuel between fossil fuels and renewable energy. That's what the world has come to accept. So the introduction of CNG buses, I would say, is a right step in the right direction, even as it's coming late. That's what is needed. And of course, gas is cheaper, relatively cheaper than petroleum, than crude oil. So if you use gas in your machines or engines or vehicles, you will pay less than if you use petrol or diesel. However, I have issues that the federal government is the one trying to drive this policy, because I don't believe that the federal government is able to do anything, because the Nigerian public sector is bedeviled by corruption and inefficiencies in the bureaucracy. So anytime we have government trying to achieve an objective, these factors are militating against that. I would have expected the federal government to offer incentives and create the enabling environment for the private sector to drive the CNG initiative in Nigeria, so that we can have better efficiencies and the rollout will be more seamless, and we'll be able to cover Nigeria with gas usage in our vehicles and engines in a shorter time.
All right. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, said a few days ago that the emergence of the Dangote refineries would disrupt oil exploration in the international community, especially the ones that Nigeria imports from. How much of that is a positive or negative for Nigeria in the context of the sale of crude to Dangote in Naira?
Okay, so first and foremost, in terms of technical speak, when we say oil exploration, that is the act of looking for crude oil, just to find if there's crude oil in the ground before it is even produced. So the coming on stream of Dangote refinery to say that it's going to disrupt oil exploration elsewhere, I don't see how that is going to be the case. Rather, if Dangote refinery is unable to meet their need for crude oil through local production, they are going to look further afield, maybe to Europe or to the US or even the Middle East, to get crude feedstock into their refinery. And that should be good news to the producers in those places, because they have a new market where they can supply crude oil to. On the other hand, Dangote refinery is a 650,000 barrels refinery. It's a big refinery. It's the world's largest single line refinery. And I think that's where, again, Nigerians need to understand that Dangote refinery is not the biggest refinery. There are refineries elsewhere that are over 1 million barrels per day capacity, but just that they have different lines within that refinery. But Dangote's refinery is just a single line. At 650,000 barrels, that's a lot of production. And currently, at Nigeria's crude oil production, that is ranging anything, depending on whose numbers you are looking at, from 1.2 million to 1.6 million. The president said 1.7 million the other day. Whatever that number is, 650,000 is a huge chunk of that number. And Dangote refinery, given their capacity, are most unlikely to meet all of their crude oil needs with what is produced in Nigeria. So they are going to definitely have to look further afield to get their crude feedstock. On the other hand, also, at 650,000 barrels, what Dangote refinery is going to produce in terms of petroleum products is going to be too much for the Nigerian market. So again, they will have to look further afield for markets, for outlets to sell their products, because Nigeria is never going to be able to consume all of the Jet A1 that will be produced from Dangote refinery, or the diesel, or even the premium motor spirit, the PMS, which we popularly call petrol. So Dangote refinery, to me, needs to get their strategy right. There have been noises in the country in terms of they insisting that they need to get their crude from Nigeria's production. But that's not the way this thing works. If you look at refineries around the world, a majority of them, if not all of them, they source their crude from different parts of the world, you know. So you cannot insist that so long as you have a refinery in a country, your crude oil feed must come from that country's production, because you see, a lot of people might not understand that the crude oil that is produced in Nigeria does not all belong to the government of Nigeria. Like I say at the start of the program, we have a foreign interests who are operating in Nigeria, and in fact, they are the ones that dominate the upstream sector of the petroleum industry. Upstream means the sector that is actually producing the crude oil, because Dangote is actually operating in the downstream. Downstream is where the crude oil is refined into products and then sold at petrol stations and all of that. That's downstream. Now, in the upstream, you have the likes of Shell, Mobil, Chevron, Total operating. When they get crude oil, they hardly even sell it in the open market, because they have refineries elsewhere in the world, and they are taking their own share of crude oil from the Nigeria's production to those their refineries. So you cannot say that, oh, they should no longer supply their refineries somewhere in the world with crude oil they are taking from Nigeria and feed it to Dangote refinery. That's going to be difficult, because they have already had these commitments. In the same way, Nigeria's crude oil has been committed to a large extent. So these are the conversations that need to happen. For me, it is surprising that Dangote, after launching his refinery, is up and about, more or less wailing and saying, oh, I'm looking for crude oil, I can't find it. I think that's a big mistake that was made by the management of Dangote refinery, because nobody commissions a refinery without first entering legitimate contracts for supply of crude oil. We're not talking about promises or what domestic crude obligation says or anything. A refinery will usually have contracts, firm contracts in place for their supply of crude oil. So these are conversations that Dangote refinery needed to have started like maybe 2-3 years ago, even in Nigeria, to ask the Nigerian government to say, okay, based on the domestic crude supply provision, can we enter firm contracts as to who is going to give us crude oil? If it is the NNPC, we need a contract in place. If it is international oil companies, we need the contracts in place. And if those contracts didn't sum up to the total crude oil needs that they needed, then they needed to now look further afield and sign contracts with other crude producers, maybe in Africa or in America or in the Middle East, so that by the time they launched their refinery, their crude oil supply would have been guaranteed, and this noise would have become unnecessary.
All right. With the emergence of the Port Harcourt refineries, which the federal government has stated that it will come on board, do you think that we would have a situation like we used to have in telecommunications, where we have several telecommunications network providing services and you can switch, and then it will help bring the prices down? Do you think that will play out with that of the Dangote refinery also producing and the Port Harcourt refinery is also producing?
That is exactly what is needed. So you are right on the money. That competition is what drives economies. You know, you cannot have this kind of capitalist systems where you have businesses running for profit and there is no competition. If there is no competition, then consumers are never going to get the best deal. So what we cannot wait to happen is for Nigeria's 4 other refineries to start operating, and Dangote's refinery start operating, so that they can now start fighting for market share. You know, if Dangote refinery puts their petrol in the market at say 600 naira, and Port Harcourt refinery is able to put their petrol in the market at 500 naira, we'll be buying Port Harcourt refinery's petrol, and that will force Dangote to probably bring their own cost down to 400, 450. Until we get to that point, we are never going to get the